Okay.
And they won't be able to talk probably.
No,
The webinar,
yeah.
the other stuff should be all
is actually we're physically together here. Billings. Actually got to meet together. So I'm happy to be with everybody. See everybody's doing well. I think there's a lot that's come down in this last year, and a lot that's transpired, and I'm pretty anxious to get rolling again new and get on to our work. You know, obviously we've been through another hunting season, a legislative session, and then we begin now with a new director and some new staff in new positions. I think there's 10, if I counted correctly, maybe more here today. Something like that, a bunch. So it's a great opportunity for us on PLPW to be with you in person. As we've said before, we really recognize and appreciate the great work that you folks do for access and relations in Montana. So what I'd like to do, remember to turn off your cell phones. I usually do that poorly. I was at a school board meeting last night and turned it off, but there's this thing called AI, and it didn't turn off my phone. And so naturally, when it was really quiet, it got going, but it was just music. So yeah. So I'd like to start again with quick intros. If you want to just introduce yourself, where you're from, if you're on the council, who you represent in regards to landowner, outfitter, sports people, and if you're with the department, what you do with the department. So let's start in the far corner.
Right.
Had to do it, you were smiling.
I know, I made eye contact. I'm Trenton Heisel. I'm the Region 2 Access Manager now. I think this might be the first PLPW since I moved on over there to see you guys, so good to see you.
I'm Katie Iverson. I'm the Region 6 Access Manager out of Glasgow.
Renee Lemon, I'm the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division Administrator based out of Helena.
Cheyenne Parker, I'm the Region 3 Access Manager based out of Bozeman.
Ian Davidson, Region 5 Access Manager out of Billings.
Stephanie Prater, I represent sports people on PLPW.
Lee Cornwell, Rancher, Glasgow.
Drew Stamberger, I'm from Forsyth, but I live in Billings, a landowner and a sportsman.
Frank Jordan out of Missoula, probably sport and landowner. Paul Willis out of Bozeman, outfitter.
Donna McDonald out of Alder, Montana, yes, outfitter and landowner.
Rich Roth, formerly, just kind of update for everybody, those of you that knew me. So my family owned the Hyax Ranch in Big Sandy. We sold. I stayed on through the transition period as president CEO of that, got the new owners kind of going. And then I have recently moved to Helena, started a consulting business called Latigo Ranch Management. And so I still represent landowners, even though I'm not a landowner anymore, but grew up in that and have been a part of that. So I'm based out of Helena now.
Ed Beal, I'm based in Helena, representing sports. And yeah, I did see Rich going by. I was on Canyon Ferry Dam the other day and I saw this boat doing about 60 miles an hour. And then I thought, who the hell is that? I've never seen him before. Was that you?
It might have been.
Everett Headley from Stevensville and representing sportsmen.
Dale Trivy from Miles City, representing sportsmen.
I'm Macy Dugan. I'm the Region 1 Access Manager out of Kalispell.
Evan Rogers, Region 4 Access Manager. While we're here the next 2 days, if you have any needs or wants here, just let me know and I can help get those for you.
Travis Mache, Region 7 Access Manager out of Miles City.
Jason Cool, Hunting Access Program Manager out of Helena.
And I'm Natalie Strauss. I'm the admin assistant for POR.
Got a couple behind.
Oh, well, thanks for the opportunity. is Quentin Fishline, fortunate to be Chief of Conservation Policy for Fish Wildlife Parks out of town.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alex Scalvino, Agency Legal Counsel for Montana Fish Wildlife and Parks. Great. Then Ms. Cohen is online. Cindy, if you can hear us, hopefully.
I can hear you.
Sounds good.
I'm Cindy Cohen. I'm in Butte. I'm on the council and I represent Sportsman.
Did Ray happen to get on? No, nope, he had a VA appointment. He wasn't gonna miss that for this,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. All right. Well, again, welcome to everybody. So today's going to be pretty full, I think. We have a lot to review. So we're going to start with updates from the department, discuss roles for PLPW and for the department, and that working relationship between PLPW and FWP. As we noted, the legislature has been in session, so you're going to have some updates on a number of things that directly impact or work with access programs, block, and others. So there'll be a lot of good information there. Tonight, we're going to have a 6:30 p.m. no-host dinner at the Montana Club. And then tomorrow, we're going to review our PALA agreements and make those recommendations as we see. And then most of tomorrow, we'll be working out a work plan for PLPW for the next interim and maybe a little beyond, so the next 1.5 to 2 years. And I think after today, a lot of that will come into focus as to how we can work going forward. Yeah, any questions on any of that? Comments? So, yeah, I did want to start out with this. Did you guys hear about the rancher in Glasgow that went into town and got a wiener dog?
Lee, I don't.
No?
I haven't heard it.
I heard he wanted to get a long little doggy. I've never used that one before.
I can see why.
Well, all this time, you guys always pick on me for these. And yet, not one of you has ever come up with anything to substitute for my poor, whatever you call those. Anyways, okay, so without further ado, we're gonna jump right into hearing from Quentin. And I'm sure this will be a lot of great information for all of us.
There, yeah, okay. Down, is it okay if I stand?
Sure.
Sorry to walk in a little bit late. It's nice to see the rain. What's that?
He was just taking it. Trying to do this.
Yeah. My technology skills, I only break it.
You're good.
Again, thanks everybody for the opportunity. Thank you for your service. And salutations from new director Kristen Clark. She's unable to attend today, but she was quick to send her salutations. And she's been quick in her role in her new position as Director of Fish, Wildlife and Parks. She comes to that position out of Director of Montana Department of Agriculture. And she's been quick to recognize, to enumerate her hopes and expectations for PLPW. And she looks to paraphrase here, but certainly true to the content of her comments. I mean, she's made them multiple times with staff. She sat down with Chair Beal. She looks to, in a positive way, mine as much utility out of PLPW as possible. She looks forward to the working relationship. She looks forward to clear communication. She looks forward to clear understanding of expectations from one partner to another, the council to the department, and vice versa. And again, all of that to the end of really meeting statutory expectations public expectations, the council's expectations, to have a thick engagement with the department in all the ways that we might want to enumerate and talk about. She does see the council first and foremost in its advisory role. She's clear in her communications from that point, or her rolling that forward to coming to places like what does the department support legislatively? What is the department's legislation speaking on the heels of the legislative session? And we'll get to those, the past session in a minute here, the 25 session in a minute. But I do want to make a connection because that often shows up. It's been my experience as a period of questions and uncertainty between the two partners. Specifically starting with, well, you can start it in a couple different places. A September meeting with EQC, where on the table for EQC is the potential for agencies to introduce legislation that we support. Fish and Wildlife Parks is one of those agencies, also EQC. Comes the question, and I'm just offering an example here. Well, how does PLPW show up? Director Clark looks to have definitive answers to those sorts of questions. I think a big piece of the answer comes with a relationship that's thick and thin throughout the interim, so that that September conversation doesn't show up suddenly and there's a consternation between the two parties. But we build toward that month together as partners. So that being said, I would also offer that in the timing context, with an eye to legislation. I don't want to overemphasize legislation, but it is a calendar that none of us set. It's set very rigidly. So there are some, as you all know, there are some products that have come out of PLPW that require a touchdown to the legislature. It's reasonable to expect at least that potential moving forward to the next, through this interim that we're in now, into the next legislative session. And so it's good to talk about that fixed timeline. The department's process for department legislation, department sponsored legislation will actually start with a prompt to staff sometime later next spring, later late winter, early spring. I want to get this right, of 26. So I offer that up because that's sooner than we all think. And so if there is a connection with PLPW products that we want as partners to move forward as proposed legislation, and we further want as partners that to be pre-introduced, not pre-approved, but pre-introduced by EQC, that sets a timeline for all of us to think about how to move through some conversations. Those kind of procedural deadlines, I want to be clear, they're not, we don't necessarily, it's good for us to assume that those kinds of core scale deadlines in this conversation are written in Sharpie. They're, like I say, not ours to really influence significantly one way up or down the calendar. But we also know there's circumstances that everybody engages that sometimes can expand that process opportunity in the timeline or not. But I would suggest we think about those not as guiding principles, but as contingencies, just in case we get to a place where the timeline of EPP executive proposal process, where the agency submits to the governor what the agency wants to propose to do. So again, that's a process that will start internally this coming spring, next spring. And we'll be ready to be in front of EQC September of 26. Okay, so again, Ed, Chair, you tell me if this isn't helpful. I'm rambling a little bit here, but again, the reason I wanted to race to that point was not to suggest that all things need to conclude with the legislative touchdown. There's other topics to talk about that don't require that connection. But to keep open the option for the agency and PLPW to be as connected as possible to whatever end on a particular idea that maybe due for a legislative connection. We need to think about that very fixed calendar that none of us fixed the dates on. That's why I wanted to emphasize that. Yeah, yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So proposals that we might make to the department that would require legislative action in the next legislature would not really be presented to EQC until September of 2026, which means basically 4 months before the legislative session starts.
And thank you. Yes, that is accurate. And that's with the intent to get those presentations to EQC pre-introduced. by EQC. That means they get an LC number and they are waiting for the session to convene first of the year 2027. So that's a relatively late point in process. Dale, you want to think about all that it takes to get to that point being September 2026. And that's a coordination not only with the agency, but your efforts as well. And then obviously with the governor as an executive agency, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, like all the other state agencies, what goes in front of what the agency moves forward on as an agency sponsored bill to include moving in front of EQC, asking EQC to pre-introduce those bills. That's obviously got to have a coordination with the governor's office. So when you start thinking about those kind of process coordination pieces, you're quickly retreating backwards from September 2026 to make sure that everybody has enough time to run through those processes. There are other ways to come to the legislative process. You don't need to have a pre-approved bill, but a pre-approved bill really helps. It's a process-wise at least, not necessarily review by the legislative body, but process in the context of timeline and steps taken to get it to a bill. You're one leg up. If you get a pre-approved, pre-introduced, not pre-approved, pre-introduced by EQC. Does that help? Neil?
That does.
And again, I apologize. I'm going to do it a third time. I don't want to emphasize that all of these conversation points have to be about legislation, but if we want to keep alive the potential to be partners in the review of recommendations and the PLPW recommendations that might need statutory touchdown, the agency's recommendations that might touch on Fish, Wildlife, Parks business that PLPW is interested in. There's a coordination piece there we can imagine as well. And if we want to keep ourselves aligned in the context of process place, it's just good to think about that fixed calendar that legislative service and the legislature itself puts on board. Yes, sir. Chair.
So, and we may bring this up in the legislative update period too, so you can defer to that if you like. But in regards to that September EQC, so my experience for this council has been varied. We have presented thoroughly and well, and we have presented poorly at that EQC. And if I just bring up the most recent one, in my opinion, it was a waste of my time and it was a waste of this council's effort, the way that came about. And either this department at that point in time and or the EQC was not prepared. I don't know which, but it occurred to me, Quentin, during the session that if we're going to deliberate any of these issues that are important to access and the department in the interim, and then be helpful to the legislature in any manner and the department, we need a really clear method for that presentation that everybody understands. So again, we can talk about that a little more deeply at that point in your update, but it began last September with, in my opinion, a very poor presentation. There was really no time for it to happen. And then it became clear, like on the last hearing I went to at the legislature, was the joint resolution, which clearly is something that we're going to talk about, that most of those legislators weren't deeply informed of these reports that we put out and the details of those reports, whether it was the House or the Senate committee. So I just think we need to make sure we know how to do the best job of doing that. So this next 18 months has fruition at that point, whatever it is.
No, Chair Bill, I think that's well said. I think that accurately captures the circumstance. And when I connect with what I understand to be Director Clark's intent is that the relationship that September EQC meeting is the next step in a vigorous back and forth exchange opportunity well before that, so that we come as partners to EQC with a whole lot more mutual preparation, mutual understanding what that EQC will be. You're going to see us rely on the report from PLPW being delivered to the legislature and the governor. That's the statutory language. And EQC, what I understand the director is really focusing on is by the time that September EQC shows up, we've had conversations, the two partners, PLPW, in good time, in draft fashion, from the PLPW's recommendations and also from the department's intended bills and whatever overlap there will be between that. We have all that settled. I don't want to say settled between us, but that has all passed between us and come to some conclusion prior to the September EQC meeting. So we thinking that in that more thick engagement prior to that point on the calendar, that point on process, we'll all have a far better understanding of the roles and responsibilities literally at the podium of that September EQC, if that helps it. And again, really what I want to emphasize is when I said the director has talked about, I mean this in a positive way, mining as much assistance, as much utility out of this forum as possible. And that very much includes a more thick engagement beyond the engagement, I dare say more than the engagement in your meetings than you've seen the last couple of years. I want to stop there and say that's not a stone to throw at the engagement you've seen from the department. That's been great. The director is looking for a more visible and a more timely, a more real-time, where possible, presence of some policy and some additional policy insight in your deliberations. So that, and staff have been great bringing back, if there's a question on the table that isn't answered in the form, I want to be clear, staff has been great informing those conversations to the degree staff can do that in that moment, in that real time. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but the director is looking to see if we can keep some of those conversations or bring some of those conversations to conclusion while you're convened. It's that sort of stuff, Ed, that she's talking about. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else of that on that stream of conversation? Director looking to be more involved in more timely fashion relative to the pace of conversations and that process timeline that ultimately ends up with a September EQC meeting going into the 2027 session. Okay, just to build a little bit around that central piece again, wanting to be clear on roles and responsibilities. The director, when she talks about the partnership, realizing the maximum potential from PLPW, she's also pointing that as an advisory committee, advisory to the director to Fish, Wildlife and Parks. So looking for those recommendations, doing as much as we can so that those recommendations don't necessarily come as a bundle, as a batch late in process, but positioning ourselves as partners so that we can mutually see those recommendations building. And so that when they come to the department, when they come to the director, whatever they be, they're not suddenly appearing, requiring a whole bunch of ramping up understanding and contextual development, but rather they're just the next step in the conversation. So that's one piece that she looks to improve. Again, that's a little bit about more of the director's office being present in your conversations, literally. So primarily to listen, but also to provide policy insight if that's what the conversation is looking for. And there may still be places, let's all be honest with ourselves, there may still be places where the policy person in the room has to wait until next meeting to bring that answer to the conversation, to the group. So again, looking to, in a thicker relationship and more consistent presence in the meeting, looking to understand what the recommendation conversations are and where they are looking to land before they get there. And before, like I say, they need to be batched. And we need to somehow figure out as two partners to convey a whole interim conversation wrapped up in a document, but rather build the mutual awareness as those conversations progress. Any questions on that concept? And I think that's something different than, some of you have been with the council for a while. I think that's different than what you've seen recent couple of years, where it's been primarily program staff, they've done a great job. Implementation staff, they've done a great job. I don't want to suggest otherwise. But the director has heard that having a little bit more policy presence in the conversations would be helpful. If that's not the case, let us know. But that's what we think we've heard. Okay. Also, the director wants to be very clear, and I'm going to look to Renee and Jason. I think this is a piece of tomorrow's agenda. I don't want to trip over stuff and spend time that's coming at another time on the agenda. Being clear in the department's nominations, requests, directions to look at specific items. We've got a short list that we think is relevant, timely, needing work. It's substantive work that we think needs to be done. It's a big public question, big issue, or big idea, whatever, however you might want to characterize it, but being better at that, getting that to you sooner. I'm taking time to maybe go back and forth and make sure both partners understand what those, I don't want to use assigned because I think I understand the director to look at it more of a conversation nomination that we will think, she thinks these topics are needing the kind of rumination and deliberation that this council represents. I think that's a piece of tomorrow's agenda.
Well, we were hoping to just throw out the potential nominations today. So we could
Please
have
do.
that discussion. So we
Okay.
go in tomorrow having a good sense of what the council is gonna work on.
Want to pause here and do that? You have that short list?
I do.
As I raced out the door, that's a short list I didn't grab. And I didn't race out the door fast. As everybody knows.
I did call you. But do you actually have the short list? I have the long.
I know there's landowner preference. And there's a couple of facets to that. There was some legislative conversation on landowner preference. There was some pre-legislative conversation about landowner preference that didn't show up in bills. Is it clear? Is the assignee right? If it's not the landowner, there's definition of who the assignee for a landowner preference permit, how you define that assignee, those sorts of conversations. So I'll just stop there and say there's a couple facets around the thing that is landowner preference in the context of awarding, allocating hunting opportunity permits or licenses or both. That's one of them. The other one that comes quickly to mind is participation in access programs, whether it be across the board for the different kinds of access programs. That program and implementation staff work with landowner partners, or across the board, or focused on individual components, individual elements. How do we increase? How do we stop the loss? Not just maintain, but how do we add what do we understand about what incentives or what other pieces of the relationship could be changed to stop losses and to gain additional participation? Those are the two that are quickly on the top of my brain.
The other couple were elk hunting access agreements.
Yep.
So examining the program that is, whether or not you think it should have some changes. Public hunters, it's been through the session multiple times each time, but it's still one of those things, if you've looked at the report, that we continue to struggle with hunters actually participating in the hunts once they're even selected. Public access land agreements. I know Mr. Ellis has mentioned a couple of recommendations, and we talked briefly about it probably a year ago about potential changes to that program. One this council really hasn't touched much, and the agency itself really needs to build is what we call the private land fishing access agreements, or PLFAs. It's also part of your statutory charge, but it's one that has really little structure to it anymore. At one time it did, obviously, to be added in the statute, but now it kind of just bobs along. Quentin already mentioned the landowner preference discussion. He had mentioned the enrollment for access programs discussion. And then lastly, continuing to refine or revise the hunter landowner stewardship course incentive and what the council is expecting from that course. I know we've had a couple meetings most recently, and I don't want to speak for Quentin, but in my opinion, the department and PLPW kind of have two different goals in mind as to what that course is trying to accomplish. And so continue to refine what that looks like over the interim here. And then if the incentive is correct, or if you want to discuss that piece of it as well. But that was the last of the 6 the department had on our list.
I missed one.
So elk hunting access agreements, improving enrollment for access programs, public access land agreement revisions.
Oh, that's it.
PLFAs, or private land fishing access agreements, landowner preference, and then the hunter landowner stewardship course, were the list of potential needs from the department.
Questions?
I just have a question. Whatever happened with because the couple of things I guess speaking out loud, with the programs we have, after kind of going through that whole process before, like, there's just a lot of them out there, and some overlap, and some, I think, I mean, as a hunter, like, it's confused, or in a land, like, it's confusing as to what all programs to be involved in, right? Like, we had that whole discussion. So how are we streamlining that to be one? Like, I don't know where that we are in that whole discussion, but then also I think like what, the whole app, the software, the technology use of, I mean, here now we have AI. I mean, are there any opportunities my thought is frustrating for both access people and landowners is, again, just the jumbled, like, there's just tons of stuff. It's confusing, like, in all of that stuff. So I'm wondering if that's anything that this council can work on to really push, even legislative, like, we all had, I don't know, I'm stuck on the technology side of things, and making it easier for both sides to know what's going on, have that be better. So that those are, I just don't know. I know that wasn't mentioned here about the technology side, but here we're talking about adding, the PLFAs and all that. It's like, let's actually, in my opinion, let's get these let's get everything fine tuned. Like, I don't know that, I guess I don't feel that we ever got that accomplished. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we need to do that.
I'd like to ask, what was the problem when we went to the, whatever it is, in September? And was there a disparity between what the department wanted to do and what we wanted to do? I want somebody to tell me the truth here. And so how many directors have we had in this last legislative deal? There's been 2 or 3, I think, out there since the last legislature.
3 since.
Since 2020 or 2023.
Yeah, to directly answer your question from my point of view, maybe
Yep.
Quentin would have a different, I don't know if he went back and watched that, or if anybody did, but there was a disconnect. I went up to the office to do a Zoom presentation with the current director at that time,
Right.
and one other staff member, and was guided as to what the opening would be, and that opening really didn't come. And so I do also think that there was a question of a quorum on the EQC on that day. So that was on the EQC side. And so then at that point, I asked what was going to happen after that. And I was informed that they had copies of the report. And that was the end of it. Now, to give you a comparison, in the previous EQC, we went up and were available to present what we had done and be prepared to answer any question they had. And anything that was on that was clearly received and move forward if it needed to move forward. Does that answer?
Well, kind of. I was just thought, sometimes, if I think what Quentin's talking about, you gotta get, if we're proposing something that's against what the department director wants, it's not gonna go anywhere, because they'll slow walk it through the deal or whatever. Is that what happened or not?
Lee, I think you make,
Yeah, speak up.
if I may, Chair, I think you make a great point, and that is, I think part of the circumstance, the agency piece of the circumstance that the chair describes is in part in large part, maybe in the whole part, the coordination that didn't happen. And suddenly there's the September commission meeting. The department has through its EPP process, the bills that we wanted to be pre-introduced. And it really didn't have any coordination, any conversation.
Well, we were at two different
PLPW.
places.
So to Lee's point, actually, we were kind of well done with that by July. Now, I know that's not the time you're talking about
Right, right.
for February, which is great. That clarifies everything for us. We can have that target date. Bingo.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that when I say coordination, I'm not suggesting that PLPW wasn't ready to move. I'm just saying that the coordination on the agency side didn't step forward. We did not step up and incorporate those into the EPP process as they became available. That's something that the director, like I say, looks to correct next time, so that there is coordination. We see the recommendations building. We see the recommendations in good time relative to the EPP process. We might still miss the EQC opportunity for one reason or another. That doesn't preclude it. It just sends those potential bill ideas down a different path. Does that help?
That help, Lee?
It's getting better.
We hope so.
Stephanie.
I think he was,
Oh,
he had
okay.
his hand up first.
Okay.
That's okay. Are we talking about the Hunter landowner stewardship course? Is that?
It was anything in that.
I don't remember what other.
That biannual report that we had, it was anything in that.
Oh.
So it included that, yes.
So somewhere somebody mentioned that our kind of goals for the landowner hunter stewardship program are different than the departments. So is there any way we can clarify what are the department's goals for that program and how they are differing from ours?
I think so it's, I'll take a stab at it. It wasn't direct participant in the conversation. I'll take a stab, and those that work can correct me where I'm not accurate. I do understand there is a different place, a different perspective that is in place right now. I did touch base with Conrad just before I left for this conversation. And what I understand it to be, it's a focus on, I don't think we are common in how we are looking at the incentive. What I mean to say is I think we have been inclined to set the incentive of conversation piece aside, set it down for a minute and focus on what the content is. And then I don't think we're common on how to think about what the content should be. I understand we've had a joint review of the product to date, so I don't dismiss that. It's not my understanding that has led us to a final product, that we still have some conversation to do about just exactly what is the content, and maybe more fundamentally, what's an endpoint? Are we common on the endpoints that we want the adjusted content to arrive at? That's the focus that I have. And then again, that's not to discard the incentive conversation, but to have that conversation first and then have both of those conversations as separate components of the overall whole. That's how I see the landscape right now. Everett.
I don't know if this is the right moment over our next 2 days to discuss this or not, but we started talking about HLSP 4 years ago. And I felt that as a committee, we were really clear about what we wanted to see come out of it and the content and the incentive portion of it. So I don't know where the disconnect happened in that time. And that is really discouraging to me as a member and disappointing that we worked that long on something and Senator Logie in his graciousness carried that for us, which is another thing that I think that as a committee we need to discuss is how do we get things to the legislature. So that project that we focused on a lot, we now have to wait 2 more years before we see what we as a committee voted on and said, this is what we want to see, which is the incentive portion. And so I understand that we have a new director and the conversations I've had with her and the chief of staff are encouraging, but I'm also only 42 years old and I know we've got more time, but I don't want to waste my time either. I want to know that the things that we're doing are being carried forward.
Yeah, Everett, and so I appreciate that context. And this is also a conversation about being clear. And there, I want to make room broadly. I'm stepping away from the landowner stewardship topic, and I'm just speaking about the relationship. I want to take opportunity to remind everybody to restate an advisory role for PLPW, which means that some things at the we need to be ready for some things that the PLPW recommend aren't picked up by the department. I'm going to set that aside. And because I think it's good for all of us to recognize that might be an endpoint. Now I'm in the context of the relationship and the work, both partners. Now I'm going to step back into the landowner stewardship program. And that circumstance that you described is exactly what the director doesn't want to see again. And what is the thing that you just described? A lot of work that had an endpoint in the context of product, it had an endpoint in the context of legislative timeline, and it didn't reach conclusion. That's the precise example. That's a precise thing that the director is looking to avoid next time. That doesn't mean you're full on in the accuracy of this detail. The incentive piece has to wait 2 years.
Mr. Chairman, where did the field, go ahead.
Actually, I do have a question. I haven't chased an answer and I haven't pressed this question yet, but I do want to make sure we would need to wait. I do want to make sure that would require a legislator. Are we certain that requires legislation? I'm just going to leave that question.
Which part?
The incentive piece.
Yes.
Okay. Shall I quit posing the question?
We're certain from the instruction we've been given in the past.
Okay, we'll revisit that. Let's just say for the sake of that conversation that we do have to wait. We don't necessarily have to wait for the release of the landowner stewardship. Just want to make clear. So, no, we did not get to that endpoint. There can be no debate about that, and we had our part in that. That's the precise circumstance that the director does not want to see again.
Is this the same director that was at so which one?
To Lee's question.
Christian Clark is the director.
Yeah, so where, was it the one before that we had trouble with it? What is it, EQC or whatever it is?
So to answer your question, Lee, so as Everett mentioned, this goes back for 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had one director 4 years ago, and then another director and a current director. I did have a meeting with the current director. It was a great meeting. I feel confident and optimistic that all this is going to get squared away in a more prompt manner without rehashing the whole thing. As Quentin put it, there's two parts to this: the program, the course, and then how it plays out, how the course is utilized. And then the second part, is there an incentive and what would it be? So I don't think we have to go back through the whole thing. And to Lee's question, I think there was a decision to go a certain direction at a point, and then a change in that direction, and then a drop of communication.
Oh,
So I think
where'd the wheels fall off the wagon? When you got to the legislature with it, or did it ever get that far?
it didn't get that far.
I never got that far.
Never got that far.
So-
If I could speak to the fix, to the circumstance, to the degree that fix might highlight where what I understand to be the failure point. Because I don't think I don't think the agency recognized there was a debate and we didn't step in and help settle that debate. That's how I see it. And I connect that again to the director's intents to have someone in the room that can recognize that moment and can help, at least from the department side.
Just to clarify, Gwen, a debate amongst us?
No,
or a debate in the
between the
department?
two partners.
Okay.
Content debate, and that's the detail I can speak to because I wasn't the first person in the conversation.
I think.
And I also want to be, if I may, Chair, I want, when I say debate, I want to give credence to both sides of the debate. When I say that I don't think the policy side of the department stepped in when it could have and should have. And I'm going to leave open what might have been the conclusion of that. And who knows, maybe if it was me, I'll use me as an example, maybe I wouldn't have helped, but that's something that wasn't there last time, Lee, that we would look to insert a next time. And again, I want to make room, not knowing exactly hearing bits and pieces of that, I stand at the podium today to give credence to both sides of that conversation.
So my last, comment on that. To be a debate, there has to be a conclusion. There was never a conclusion. And there was really never a debate.
So what I'm speaking about is content.
So, yeah, I'm not talking about content,
That-
about
that-
where we're going.
I should have talked, I was talking about content,
Okay.
content of the.
There really wasn't a debate. It was just, this is our recommendation. And then there was like,
I'm not gonna argue, we didn't come to a product. The recommendation, last I understood is that we sat down and we had a joint review of the product to date. And if folks are there, I'm not understanding from the department side that that's necessarily the endpoint. Maybe from PLPW side, that's the endpoint. And I'm talking about the landowner stewardship piece, not the incentive piece, the content and the delivery of the content in the landowner stewardship piece.
Dale.
To speak to that. And Quentin, you've been quite clear on this, and I think it's helpful that this group is reminded that we are an advisory council. We are not a decision-making council. However, that being said, as we talked about, I'll just use the landowner stewardship because that seems to be the one that sticks out there. We had the discussion on the content, we had this discussion on the incentives. I think this group as a whole came together and said, hey, this is what we're recommending. And it just seemed like we kept going down that path. And maybe a recommendation to the department is, if we're going down a path that's not going to be supported by the department, we need to know that early on and just say, you know what, as much as we hear what you're saying, this is a no-go.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, on the flip side, when we talk about PAL agreements or some of the stuff that's in block management, for me, when I deal with the Region 7 folks, or I deal with Jason, it just seemed to me there was much more clear, definitive decisions made saying, you know, that's not really something that we can do, or that's not something that's supported. And you kind of had, okay, we know where the department is, we'll move on to the next point that we can go to. And I just didn't see that with a hunter landowner stewardship. And I think that would be beneficial to both groups if that feedback from the department to this council were maybe a little stronger.
Dale, I very much appreciate that, and that's precisely, you said it better than I have. That is precisely the intent of the director. Jason's been clear also saying, I should say staff, not just Jason, staff have been clear, hey, need an answer here, need some input here. And for this group, you can look at me, when there's a question, what went wrong, Lee, I'm here to address those questions. And look at me, blame me, I'm the one that's here to catch that. The director is here to talk about how, the director's voice is here to talk about how to live from that, how to move on from that, how to show up as a better partner there. Including if at some point in the process, it's a great topic, let's start the conversation. Everybody's good. Somewhere down the road, okay, the product that's showing up is not something that the department's, to use as an example, the department's not ready to endorse. As soon as we see that as partners, you should expect us, and it's our expectation, to make that clear to everybody. And then we see what happens. Does that pull it back to, okay, we're going to set it down, or does that just correct the path a little bit? The director's looking for that to be a conversation point, not a simple announcement, done deal, and we're moving on to the next topic. But that's a pause. Okay, let's dissect this. What would, if there's another way to approach it, is there decision space to treat it a little differently, whatever the example might be. But being in the room, from place to place in the meetings, from place to place on the topic, from place to place on the development, there's an additional layer of department presence in the room to help identify those points. Yep, still thumbs up. Let's look for some additional development. Okay, are we done? Good. Let's run this up to the director. Whatever that conclusion might be, but get to that point as soon as the product demands that kind of input, as soon as the effort demands that kind of input.
Quentin, as I think back to, why the council was formed, if you look at the group of people sitting here now, we are the people that are out in the state that I would say have a pretty good sense of what is being asked from landowners, hunters, everything. Now, unless the department is doing some other in their hunter surveys that they put out or whatever and getting a different direction from different constituents, I would think that this council would be the one that's really guiding the department in a lot of ways. I realize we're just an advisory, but I mean, that's why we were put together. And so I'm just curious, like in this case, or as we go forward, and with Christy being in there now after 2 other, directors in there, where is the other, I mean, when you talk about the debate or what's guiding that? Where are all the surveys and the comments coming from that's guiding Christy now? Or potentially guiding her? Where is that direction coming from? The governor's office, from other constituents? Because I feel like we're the constituents. So help me understand that a little bit.
Yeah, I think, so she's a director, so she works consistently with the governor, right?
Right.
It's an executive agency and the director of the executive agency. I understand, it's been my impression, and what I understand from her comments that I've tried to relay here today is that's organically who she is. She sees it as a statutory assembled body. It has profile, has credence, it has history, it has momentum. Why would we, it has expertise, it has its diversity. Why would the agency not lean on this council as much as can in its recommendation role? So I think that's just who she is. That's my impression. And I offer that in a positive, optimistic way, because that's the best sort of motivation to have. I'll let you call the questions, Chair.
It's just been frustrating for me like ever. We've spent 4 years working on this thing. And then it's like whack-a-mole. You don't even know. The last time Quentin was the wolf guy who did that. So now he's doing this. How do you know who the hell to even get a hold of? And I think, like Rich said, we spent 4 years on this thing. And we're part of the citizenry of the state of Montana. And we have our thumb on their, maybe we don't, on the pulse of the people. And so I think that, I don't know how it works statutorily and all that stuff, but we're just spinning our wheels if we can't do something and present it and either say they need to tell us sooner than that what the hell's wrong with it so we can fix it. That's what they want to do. That's just the way I feel about it. It's frustrating.
Chair, Lee, agreed. The director is not interested in spinning wheels. Uninterested in being late to a conversation, not interested in being inefficient with your time, not interested in hanging questions. And I would say you're going to see me, this is an organic piece of me, and I'll let others that know me well challenge this if they think that's, I'm not saying it accurately, but I am forward facing. We've got opportunity here in front of us to have a bang up session together, a bang up interim leading to the next great session. That's the director's intent. It's my intent. And I would say one last thing. Well, I would say one more thing. Maybe it's the last thing, maybe it's not, about looking behind us. And I do wonder, as our conversation as staff with the new director has focused on being definitive, being timely, being relevant, being engaged, throwing priority at this, literally showing up in attendance. I do wonder if maybe what has happened can be fundamentally explained in an agency that didn't, in a phase for the agency where we didn't take the time to have this conversation about roles, responsibilities, expectations, priorities. And that's a conversation that I'm going to put on me. I'm not putting it on staff that have been in regular attendance. By all measuring sticks, the input you've gotten from them has been everything it could and should be. So I just want to make clear that too.
Stephanie?
It's kind of a moot point, but from what I'm gathering is it sounds like the incentive was part of the big problem. Like the department didn't feel the incentive fit program. And so I guess going forward, it would be good if the department gave us a little bit of leadership on that. Like, hey, you know what? We really don't want bonus points to be part of the discussion. So we're not going there. Because in my opinion, if this is gonna have legs, it's gonna have to be an incentive for them to take it. So it's gotta be something decent. So, so it just seems to me like that seems to be part of the hang up is the incentive. So.
Fair enough, Chair. Here today at the podium, I'm not here to represent the department to say, let's not do an incentive, let's not do a bonus point as an incentive. I am here to say that, and it's why I started the topic with compartmentalizing them and having the conversation about content to its end. and finishing that conversation and then they're together, they're a package and then having a conversation. Okay, here's the product. Let's get that done. Let's get everybody nodding their heads. That's the product to those endpoints and then talk about incentive. That's from what I've been able to digest. I don't know how that history, I may be wrong, but it seems to me like that compartmentalization might help us. So it's not us saying no incentive.
That's all.
I want to choose my words because I want to be respectful here.
Sure.
The content doesn't matter when less than 1,000 people a year take that HLSP. Is that right, Jason? 400 and change?
This
Last year because
Yeah.
Mr. Deal offered Parabinos.
I was gonna say.
Thank
I
you
was
for
like,
doing that too.
Yeah, thank you.
It doesn't matter across the 150,000 plus hunters that we have in Montana if there is no incentive. And so this idea that you have to have one conversation before the other, they have to be held concurrently, and that incentive and or the consequence, fix-it ticket we had talked about, that was my first idea. I don't care either way. There has to be something there that, and we've talked about this kind of analogy on here in the committee, that has to be there. It has to be hand in hand with that HLSP. And I don't know, again, if this is the time to go into all this, but the idea that you can have the content and the incentive conversation separately, I don't know that we're gonna have time before spring of 26 to do that, if we do go that route. But two, if there's not both portions of that, we are spinning our wheels.
I would respectfully disagree. And I think I'm gonna maintain that the disagreement is us not hearing each other, to be very candid with it, Everett. I'm not talking about separating them in time across the interim. I'm talking about being deliberate in the content. What do we want to achieve with the content? This is also, how do we further incentivize taking the course to get to that endpoint? When we have when we have someone that walks through the landowner stewardship program, what's the endpoint there?
Okay.
If we're not, because what I've understood is that the endpoint is not, I'm going to be respectful here, is not the bonus point. The bonus point is getting people to the gate to go walk through it. When they come through that landowner program, what have we gained? What have they gained? And that's not a challenging question. That's a question of curiosity. So stepping back a little bit, I don't think as I hear you say that, I don't think we're talking about two different things, Everett. I'm not talking about having a conversation that takes us a couple of meetings to finalize content, confirm it or add to it still yet again, and then some later point in time having this conversation about incentive. They are together, but I am talking about something a conversation that doesn't lead us to assume that the incentive is an endpoint. I just want to that's what I'm talking about, that sort of thing. The incentive, yes, is there. I get the incentive. Come to this opportunity. And also having an answer to the question, what are we going to achieve when they walk through that opportunity?
Let me rephrase my question. Is it the department's view that we can have the incentive and the content prepped and ready to go for spring of 26? So that we can push this through if it needs a legislative.
I would say it differently. The department sees that as a package.
Okay.
Yes, I didn't mean to suggest otherwise, and I still maintain that you can treat them as a package, just not, if you're going to have a conversation place in that project on content, have it on content guided by what you want the content to do.
Okay, can I, real quick with Stephanie, and I don't want to, it might be good to get Senator Logie to give his thoughts on how this went down for the presentation of the HLSP. But I think the general feeling was that the content did not meet or warrant granting a bonus point. And so because the content was lacking, it didn't move forward legislatively.
I can speak to that, but did you need to do something?
Apparently Cindy has her hand up.
Oh,
Sorry, I don't know how to make her show up.
sorry, Cindy, we can't see.
Natalie's got it.
You there.
Okay.
I do have
Go
a
ahead.
question. And it's not about the hunter landowner stewardship program. I heard the topics that you provided, that the director and us, most of these items are things that we've discussed or want to discuss. But can you clarify for me are we advising the director only on these topics? Or are we free to come up with something else that we feel that must be discussed inside the advisory and then outside to the director?
Yeah, Chair. Thank you, Cindy. No, I don't think we see that list as being, we see this as a work planning, these 2 days or these 2 halves of 2 days, these half of 2 days as a work planning session. And those are our, you'll see us press that, hey, we think these are some topics that should fit somehow in the work planning, but we don't mean it to be the end of the conversation before the conversation begins. Our first assumption is that there was going to be some discussion about this. No doubt we need some clarification on the ideas the topics that we have presented. And then we assume that there's going to be some other ideas that come forward tomorrow. And we also assume that there's going to be maybe some ideas that show up somewhere halfway through the pipe. And it's good for us. And what's the answer to that? The answer is we stick together more consistently than we have been, that all of the department capacity is in the room that needs to match the conversation. And together we ask and answer the question, well, we've got 10 ideas. When we look at the number of meetings and the hours that are in those meetings, and out of our own experience, we think we have room for 8. We work together to figure out what the 8 are. And maybe we don't have that circumstance. Maybe we think we have room for everything on whatever the list ends up being. Cindy, does that answer your question?
No.
I hope so.
Anything else, Cindy?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you?
I just have one comment. I really feel like this is the chicken and the egg debate. Like we're just sitting here saying, oh, the incentive comes first, or oh, the course comes first. Well, we need a good enough incentive to get people to that gate right from the get-go. So that's where I'm kind of like struggling that we're gonna put that off and then spin our wheels, if that makes sense.
And if the debate is a bonus point, and if the debate is, if the incentive is a bonus point, and if the council is convinced that's what it is, then let it be that. Right. And then marry that, just tie that tight to the final program content when it gets developed, and let that be a recommendation. Yeah.
I kind of feel that this Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program kind of hijacked your whole talk about roles, responsibilities, and I think this is a subject that we're going to spend a lot of time on. But it is refreshing to know that the director wants to have more open dialogue, work with us. And I think as a council, when we go through all this work and we volunteer all our time, and then we're not even addressed with what we felt was justifiable, that is discouraging. And I realize the director understands that, realizes it, and she wants to move forward. And I think as a council, we would like to put that behind us. I'm speaking only for myself, but put that behind us, move forward, address issues. And we know we have a big one with this, Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program. So.
Thank you, Donna. And not to dilute that at all, I'll just quickly say that the director has expressed frustration as one of her concerns. Some motivated people, some informed people, some people that are giving time and effort, and let's honor that in all the ways that the agency can.
Great. Glenn, appreciate your time. I'm new, so this.
Not really.
Well, I'm great. Rich, I agree with a lot of what you said, and I hope we can expound on those comments later on. But so I'm listening, and what comes to me is that we talk about content and incentive, but I don't know what the specifics of what the agency's dislike or the discussion was. And I'm just wondering, Ed, is my question to the members here that have gone through all that is, can you articulate what those are? Because if we can't, that's probably some information that we certainly need, right?
Yeah. It is, but I think we can take a stab at that. I think to sum that up, as far as where we've come, it was a number of years of listening to landowners, access managers, hunters, condensing that down, sending a long list of objectives to obtain in the program, reviewing the old first original video and making suggestions to that, and then going through that iteration 3 or 4 times. And coming out the end and not knowing where we're going with it. As far as the incentive part, in the beginning, we were talking about a requirement to take it, a prerequisite to take it. And one administration said no. So then we morphed that into the bonus point option. And that's where we ended up. And then we kept reviewing it. And it occurs to me that really probably all of you access people should review it, say, it's got it, and let's be done. You know, because we've done what we're gonna do on trying to give you content input ad nauseum, I think. And I don't think anybody on this council wants to look at that again. And it came to the point where we tried to present it. We had some discussion in the legislature, and then the bill sponsor was uncomfortable as to whether or not the program was sufficient to warrant the legislation for the bonus point. That's the bottom line. And I didn't push it with that legislator. He knows what he's doing. And I didn't feel that that was our job. I thought about running it around in a different way, and then I thought better of that, you know? So, but if that's enough, I agree with Donna, we have to move forward. I think we need to be at a point where we understand that the whole culmination of that Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program was all these years. I mean, Lee and I think we just recognized it's our 9th year. And we've talked about this throughout that course of time. When you look at how do we help landowners deal with behaviors and the department deal with hunters, that's been that effort over all that time in various ways. And I think that's why there's a fair bit of frustration of, you know, we can't create a program that's as good as a Facebook presentation to get that communication across, when that's, you know, we read this 1993 resolution that created this council, and it was talking about exactly the same things 32 years ago. And so just how do we do that today, update it today, make it modern so people will take it however they take it, whether they're required or incentivized. I think we've presented enough on that. Now, how do we get it to our final, knowing that something will go forward with it? I don't know if that's where you're all at. I think we know why we did it. And it's just been a moving target during that course of time. We still feel highly invested in the reality that hunter education, I mean, Donna presented a paper on hunter education as it exists today. It's less hands-on and a little more of this nuanced presentation online. So we have all these concerns about how do we communicate the roles and responsibilities of hunters, and for them to get that data and do the best job they can. So I clearly think we need to move. We know all this now. I do believe confidently that this director has a big interest in making this happen as best as possible, how the department sees it being effective, and we go forward on it.
Yeah, if I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, that's enough.
If the committee is done, and ready to set it on the table as a packaged recommendation, I'm set.
I had a lot of input after this session about, and we can talk about that later, about things coming that when you look at bonus points and how they really are, you know, maybe you guys get the course done to however you can have it done, roll it out in the way it is. I'd love to know how the access managers feel about the course as to whether or not the content fits what they see with what they do on the ground. Because I think we've done it as much as we can do it. Unless somebody thinks differently. And then how do we go? How does it get rolled out? I'm with Everett and everybody. And this was the beginning. Paul argued it a lot. What's the point? How do you get them to take it? Not the right people are going to take it. It's the good people that are going to take it. So do you go back? You go back. Is it going to be a requirement, which requires legislation, or is it going to be incentivized, which requires legislation if it's a bonus point? Or you can get people like me and everybody else and say, here's a bunch of stuff, take it and we'll give it to you. I don't really care. You know, we just need to have 100 and some thousand take it, not 500, whatever it is.
Yeah, the only thing I would say again, Ed, is just in the context of clear communications.
Absolutely.
I'm not, and just, if only because of the place in the agenda. If you're here to tell me, Ed, that that's the council's conversation on the landowner stewardship conversation, I'll hear that. I would want to hear that because I'm hearing this as a precursor to tomorrow's conversation.
Sure.
So I just want to say that just to
All we
start
can
down the road of
open
clear
when-
communication.
So these folks can think about it overnight at least and come back with that if we bring HLOSP up again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. Any final comments?
Chair, just a quick comment if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. I think it's important to hammer on the point, and you brought it up, Chair, that we're trying to chip away at a problem of 400 behavior, because that's a theme that constantly comes up, whether it's in 1993 or 2023 or whatever year it's going to be. And we have to keep our programs relevant, just like we have to keep our access programs relevant. And if we don't, they go away and become obsolete. And right now we have great access programs. We have a lot of great things going for us here, trying to stay relevant in a world that's changed a lot. And I just want to make sure we hammered home on that point.
Thank you, Drew. Back to you, Quinn.
I think the next piece of the agenda is going through the legislative session. I'm not done yet. I wanted to pose the question, but you raced to it for me. Go ahead. Chair, I'll let you
Sorry.
recognize the questions.
Renee?
Chair, I was just noticing that we have until 3 for this agenda item, and it would be nice to come up with a list of topics that the committee wants to work on in preparation for tomorrow, where we're going to talk about how that work gets done.
So can you, in addition to these 6 that the department has identified, is that correct?
That is how I understand the agenda to the question we heard from Cindy. Yes? Question we heard from Cindy. I gathered that she's at least making sure the potential is there for the council to nominate some topics as well.
Oh, yeah.
I have seen the process, and Renee, you help me if I've seen tomorrow incorrectly, but I'm so understanding this to be a work planning discussion. Maybe there's also some business case conversations if the agenda allows, but whatever else, plotting out your meeting dates, plotting out your things that you are going to tackle, and maybe also the sequence that you're going to tackle.
Right.
And so at this point in process, if that's the correct way to look at tomorrow, I don't know why you wouldn't leave the room or leave the door, as far as the agency is concerned, is open for other nominations of topics. And then just recognizing we stay together. Like I said, if you add up the number of meetings, you multiply by the number of hours you're gonna meet, you throw in your estimate, what each topic will take. Maybe there's no need to have a conversation about which ones get left behind. Maybe you can do them all. If there is if the conversation says, gosh, we don't have time to do all of this bundle, then you enter a conversation about trimming it, or you add a meeting.
So if I'm understanding correctly, does anybody have any, so we've got, let's just run down through them again. We've got these 6. And I think each one of them is pretty broad. landowner preference, allocating landowner preference permits, licenses. 2 is enrollment, participation, and access programs with the goal to stop losses and to gain. And if, jump in if there's something I didn't write down. EHA agreements. Not sure of the specific, but to evaluate EHA.
That is my, I'm looking at Jason, that is my understanding for both PAL and EHA. They've been in place now, multiple cycles, taking a look at them through the filters that this diverse gathering have available to them, and asking and answering the question, are they good? Are they good as could be? Are there specific pieces that could be refined, enhanced, added, deleted, et cetera, et cetera?
PLFA, fishing access. Correct. The Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program and PALA. Are those the 6?
Public access land agreements,
Yeah. Okay, so
participation and access programs, incentives.
And I would add, if this is an opportunity, maybe there's some more detail we can put on the other 5, but for the landowner preference, it includes, we took, going into this session and through the session, it included, and the session itself grappled with what's the definition of an employee. Saw that in the session. Also, had some anecdotal inputs, and I have to say that's all we have. So don't look for anything more substantive than that from the department. But you have a parcel of land that's common ownership that's this big, but it only takes this much to get, and it's one operation, but it only takes this much to get the landowner preference. Can they do multiple landowner preferences? Yes, no. That also has come to us anecdotally. We don't have information that shows that's what's happening, but we have heard questions and assertions from the public that it is happening. So I would add those 2 pieces. And just in enough, and that's not to preclude any other facet of landowner preference that might come forward.
So,
in our debate.
So Rich had commented streamlining the program access programs.
Yeah, can I speak? Yeah, well, just, if this is, and I'll defer to what the group says. 3 things that I thought were important were the streamlining, continuing that discussion. I think we've kind of talked about it, but again, making things not so complicated, or at least it seems complicated to me. The phone app or the app that we have to get some FWP should have something like that. And then one other one that I don't think I meant, as I think of what private lands, public wildlife is, and we talk about all these access programs, I feel like we sometimes, again, continue to kind of leave the landowner out of the discussion. And so some of the things that I've experienced in my time on a fairly big outfit is the collaboration between FWP, BLM, and DNRC, and those, how people work together in that. And I have had numerous situations where FWB says, that's not my deal, you call DNRC or you call BLM. Frustrating as hell to have agencies like this who are out there actually to improve wildlife, improve conservation. And I think that is something of a topic to discuss, how we better do that, how FWP works better with DNRC and vice versa in that. Because as I look at areas in where I'm from, and we want to provide all this access, but if you go out there as a hunter and the land looks like this floor in here, okay, or the wildlife have moved off due to pressures of overhunt, whatever it happens to be, what good is accessing the land? So I feel like another component of that is the biology side of this and the understanding of what do we have. I know there's some meetings going on the mule deer, what's going to happen there, but I feel that our group too is private land, public wildlife, like taking care of both of those resources, taking care of the wildlife, taking care of the land. And I just feel that topic wise, some means of stating that and working with, because I think landowners want to know that if we're opening all this access and creating more opportunities, what's happening to the wildlife, what's happening to the rangeland or the habitat, I guess, is there. So I'll leave it there. Those are a couple of things I wanted to add. Thank you. Paul?
I'm kind of taking off on what Rich said too, but In talking to the director lately, I think her mandate from the governor was to improve landowner relations. And I think right now, I would say the department has probably the worst landowner. Landowners have probably the worst attitude toward FWP. They don't come to, they're not showing up at scoping meetings. They're not coming. I went to one in Bozeman. I don't think there was a single landowner there. I've talked to a lot of landowners in different regions, even Region 4, that they just don't want, they're not gonna come to these meetings. And if we don't have landowner participation in this program, PLPW is private land, public wildlife. If we're leaving out and the department has alienated a lot of landowners, how in the world can we work together to come up with some plans for public wildlife on private land? And I think that that's a very important thing that we need to start doing better here, is including more private landowners here and getting their opinions. Because right now, I'll be honest, I mean, back in 2007, 2008, they showed up in groves to these public comments, and now you won't hardly find one at the meetings, period. I don't know how many people will attend these mule deer scoping meetings, but it was all full of hunters and not a single landowner there. So if we don't do something, and the department needs to do this, it is improve these landowner relations. And I think the department needs to start going out and, you know, inviting and talking to these landowners. And I mean, they implement limited permits in certain areas, and they have 100 deer tag permits. And they don't even go talk to the landowners or the outfitters to see what kind of harm that going to do to their livelihood. And the other thing is, you know, a majority of the members of MOGA, 70% of them are landowners too. They're outfitter landowners. And so a lot of those guys are counting on that, and we need this, the department needs to, and I think the director has expressed that to me when I visited with her, is it's very important that we improve these landowner relations, period.
To you guys, all you region guy, what have you felt the last few years have been like in Quinton? And I mean, what is that right? Is that a true statement that the relationship with FWP and landowners is the worst it's ever been? I honestly, I want to hear from you guys. Like I want to know, or your thoughts anyway.
Let's start with 7. I personally don't see that. Haven't seen it with
Region 7. Okay,
with
I want to hear these comments.
people I'm working with. I don't see it. I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, who are you talking to? You're talking to people like that are in block management, but I'm talking to people that aren't in block management.
Well, I do too.
I talk to a lot of landowners, I'll tell you that. And I find very few of them, and none of them are probably in block management, but they're not happy.
About Region
Well,
6.
let me ask you this, during the elk management plan meetings and stuff, how many landowners do you have? How many landowners submitted comments? Because I got a copy of the comments, and I didn't see hardly any landowners participating in that.
I don't have that information.
I looked at the comments, I put in for an information, I read through them, I didn't find any landowner participation. I know that I went to 3 meetings and there weren't hardly any landowners at any of those meetings.
So you're thinking, Paul, landowners who do not interact on a regular basis through our access programs, right?
Yeah, they're not
Specifically.
involved in access programs, they're not.
Right,
enrolled in
because
block-
that would be the contingent that I would argue could potentially meet your statement. I have no idea. Rich has more clue into that world than I would. But I would say from an access program standpoint, we're working with more landowners today than we've ever done in the history of these programs. So we're at just over 1,300. Although acreage is down, the number of actually participating landowners is the highest we've ever had. in
Okay,
history.
so here's a question. So in this group, is that other facet of our state, is that an area that we feel should be more included? That could be just a topic of, is that something that Christie wants to see more of, that we as a group want to see more of, is those non-cooperator involvements. Maybe it's new landowners that are purchasing land in the state that have never even been in block or anything. If that's an okay topic, that sounds like something worth maybe diving into a little bit. But maybe to Quentin's talk earlier is, what's the outcome? I mean, just talking about it, or like, is there something that those people could give us that, or feedback that we could glean from them that's other than the program people? So that's why I posed the question to you other regions too, like what are you guys seeing? What's region 6 and 4 looking like?
I mean, I haven't heard of anybody having huge issues with FWP, and I mean, they usually call. I mean, our phone numbers are available. They'll call with issues, and we help them best we can.
Yeah, Lee.
Sorry, Chair. There was
It's all right.
In region 6, there's a diversion project on an intermittent stream there, provided spring water to 8,000 acres of land out there. And so we went, a bunch of us old guys, went to the DNRC and the NRCS and everybody. So we get this outfit to come in there and put a new cap on our dam. It had been done, it was about to fail. So we get all done, just got done. Here comes the fish guy, and we forgot to get a 310 permit. And so and then the director or whatever department, what the hell was it, Don, the lady that was, they had come over there, they're mad at us for fixing our dam. So we had to hire an attorney and go through the rules that said, you can do periodic maintenance, and we've done it before and all that. So here's 8,000-10,000 or more acres of the country there that pissed about 5 guys off, and that's not gonna change, because they didn't come, they came after the job was done. And then it rained in Canada, and we had a boom across the creek there to keep the water from coming down. Well, the creek ran, thank God we had the dam done, moved the boom, and they were mad at us, and so it just sets everybody's teeth on edge, because it was our fault that we didn't get a 310 permit. But there's a lot of them. There's 454s, 410s, 310s. And we thought we covered all the bases, and it just became adversarial immediately, so. And it's hard to get over that stuff, especially with old guys. We don't have much time left anyway. We just stay mad till we die.
How about some of the other regions?
Yes.
I'm in region 1 out of Kalispell, and I may be a little bit different, but I wonder, there's no studies or anything on this that I've seen personally, but I think we deal with a lot of landowners who don't live here full time out of the year, so I don't know if they're as invested in some of these things. And so we're trying to do that too, just make landowners in our area kind of know of these programs and maybe try to be more invested in the wildlife on their land stuff too. But a lot of people are only coming for 4 or 5 months out of the year, and they want to see their pet deer and elk on their property. And I don't have any specific data to back that up, but I wonder if maybe statewide how that's looking too, because as Jason was saying too, as we're seeing more cooperators participating, but acreage is down. I think it's another story that we're getting smaller and smaller blocks of land too.
Yeah, to lead off that, there's a little bit more to what looks on paper as a decline in acreage versus what's actually happening. So maybe at some point we can talk about that. In region 4, particularly, I don't see the hate towards the access world. I don't see landowners being mad at the access, being able to talk to them. And now what we see when we're in the field, if we're in a truck with a Fish and Wildlife Parks badge on it, all of a sudden we can be the game warden to someone. We can be the biologist to someone. So maybe it's a conversation, not necessarily that I see when I'm talking to landowners in region 4, but it might be a conversation that other divisions see that we don't know what's going on, if that makes sense. So like the 1 million acres that we have in region 4, the landowners that I've talked to enrolled in those programs in block management, they're all happy with what we're doing thus far. And so I obviously interact with them more than say a landowner who's outfitting on his property. But we're seeing more communication with those types of properties, say with EHAs, which in region 4 we have I think we're at the most in number wise, generally in Region 4. So we're seeing that communication with different types of landowners. And I think it's going well thus far. I haven't had a whole lot of angry landowners outside of the program call me to say, hey, you're doing it wrong, or we don't like what you're doing. Here's suggestions to make it different. And I'm always open to those conversations, but I just haven't seen that yet.
Cheyenne, you're kind of in a busy changing place.
I would agree with that in the sense that like the landowners we are working with, I'm not hearing those negative conversations. Whether that's being expressed to wildlife or enforcement or anybody else. If it is, it's not coming back to me at this point. I think in our area, as Bozeman is growing so much and we're seeing a lot of land sales, we're seeing different interests for those lands. And I think part of that too is like a big goal of the access program statewide is being an access advocate and helping landowners, outfitters, et cetera, to understand all of our different programs and what options we have. It's not just block management. And I think that was kind of the point in the past, that if block management didn't work, then sorry, we don't have anything. And I think that's something we all collectively are trying to do, is to get the word out to our other divisions and to landowners that we do have programs and how can we help and how can we work with them. And I think that's something we're starting to get off the ground and try and help with. So I think we're seeing more interest, and I think that's why our numbers are going up. We're seeing more interest in all of our programs across the board. So I think that's part of it too.
Okay, thank you. Anybody left that wants to pipe in?
I guess to Paul's one point about mule deer meetings and whatnot, I think you do have a valid point that a lot of times the landowners that do show up are block management cooperators or folks that are involved in the access division. So maybe we do get more a positive exposure. But Everett can even attest this. That has been an ongoing conversation, is how to get those landowners that aren't involved in access programs more involved in the public process. Whether that's mule deer regulation setting meetings and whatnot. But as we were talking about CAC just last week for Region 2, we're finding out we don't know if it's folks don't want to show up anymore. And it used to be more of a community-based thing that you go to the public meetings or they just gain the information. Or as somebody said, there's no Lincoln newspaper anymore. So I guess they have no idea unless they post it on the Facebook page. And so the department is trying to work through some of those communication like outreaches to get those landowners more involved. But same goes for what everybody else said. For the most part, I've only really seen positive interactions so far.
So just listening to that, because I would just curious if that is a direction of FWP to look at those other people that are not program people. If that is, because if there's any correlation, like you said, to acres versus participants, seems like a worthwhile topic a little bit, but I wonder sometimes too, and I don't know, landowners are notorious for being kind of that stick their head in the sand and, well, one time I went there and nobody listened to me, so screw them, I'm not going ever again. Or whatever. I mean, I know that to be the case. I've maybe been there myself a few times, but I know, shocker, I know. But I wonder if that's just a sentiment that they have. That is like, look, I've been, I don't know how many prairie dog, elk, mule deer, grouse, whatever meetings, and I've said it as plain as can be. I'm not me, but I'm just saying that, and I just don't get heard. I don't, nothing is being heard and I don't see anything getting done. And I don't know over the course of our next year and a half or whatever, if there's any value in that discussion. It seems like we've got a lot of things already on the docket. So I'm not saying, I don't know if maybe we have to prioritize these into what's most important, but I would say that those two things, lack of education of new owners coming into the area that have no idea what BLM is, what DNRC stands for, what water rights are, what leafy spurge is, knapweed is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And those that are from the areas that they've maybe been a couple meetings and they never felt that they got hurt or nothing happened or whatever, and they're just out of it. So anyway, that's my take on everything, and we can prioritize it, Chairman.
So let's call that one outreach to non-participating
Non-participating.
landowners as that topic. And we'll see where we go with that. Drew?
Quick question, Chair. Well, for Rich, because just interesting case study, right? The Legacy Ranch has changed hands. What did you do as a seller of that property, or did you do anything to your new landowners to educate? And what would it take for them to participate with these folks in even just a conversation?
Rich signed up for block management just before.
Yeah, just before I left. No, it's a good question, Drew. And actually, again, I think part of the reason that the ranch was able to go to who it did is because they had seen all the work that we'd done, and I stayed on for 18 months. They met with the NRC. They went with me to meet with BLM, our offices in Havre. They were very much owners that wanted to really understand and be a part of it. They're very financially driven, so block management is still not really an option. I mean, I would call, outfitting an incentive. And they are in the business, like I think most businesses should be, in the business of making money and keeping employees paid and all that. So, but they were, I have to say, from a very, very positive standpoint, they wanted to know everybody that I worked with, every relationship I had with everybody from neighbors to government officials, all of that, and took the time to go with me, and we set meetings up to go see them, because I basically told them that if you want to be in this community, you better be willing to understand what NAPWID is, Verge, your hunters, your DNRC, your BLM, who the players are in the region to do that. And that's what we did.
Did you do a Region 6 meeting then with FWP?
I did not do with FWP, but what I did was I got in touch with my close counterpart, which is Andy Matakis, who's my marshal or warden out there. And I put cell phone numbers together, got on a phone conversation with the three of us. And of course, Andy's great. He was just like, hey, whatever you need, whatever, because he's kind of my direct contact. But we went out and cruised, but that was more with you and I and BLM. But we went, we've made those inroads, but landowners have to be willing to kind of want to cooperate and want to do those things. But I encourage that through them, and I foresee that being the case as they go forward too, for sure.
Thanks for letting me.
Yeah.
Picking on your case study.
Yeah.
Anybody else on that? I mean, it occurs to me, Rich, while you're talking about that, is that model, that's one of the things we identified in the past as the biggest inhibitor to new block management programs or losing block management programs is those transitions. So to me, it seems like if there was a meaningful way to, just like you did it, whether it goes to block or not, to communicating what you've been doing in a way that's really productive for that area. It almost seems like when we were talking about realtors,
yeah,
and had that discussion, maybe that's some kind of part of outreach in this that can help broaden the opportunity.
Yeah.
Wait.
The original access program was asked first. And it was a personal relationship between the landowner and the hunter. And is there any way, now they got Onyx, most guys never try to locate their hunting spot until the morning, 4 o'clock on the morning of opening day hunting season. But is there, and I don't know, maybe I'm just the only one who thinks about it, but is there any way that you could take that thing and encourage people to, if you want to go hunt, make a relationship with the guy that owns it? And then I don't know whether it has any merit or not. Everything's kind of disconnected now. You drive up to a deal, sign your name, you own the ranch for a day, basically, and so I don't know. I'm just babbling. It works, I think, the way it is now, but it might be an opportunity to show people there's another way to do it. If you want to go someplace where the guy's doing the stuff and making sure it's right, make a relationship with them so you can go there. I don't know if it has any merit or not.
Sounds like something that should be in that course.
Oh, yeah, we couldn't get it through the last 4 years, let's add some more stuff.
I think that was in there. Yeah. What else? Stephanie, I'm gonna go around. So outside of these, back to this question of 6 priorities, what additional would we want to throw in there?
I think those are pretty good. It's a lot already. And a lot of big discussions, so. Don't have much to add.
Lee, you added yours? Does it?
That's more than enough.
Drew?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
What discussion have you had about, since not all block management areas are created equal? Probably a lot of discussion you've had, but how do you incentivize those landowners that really do offer a lot of diverse, or they're in a situation where there's problematic populations where they're allowing access to help deal with those well-known kind of situations that they are able to be incentivized even monetarily with that versus places that may be stubble fields or things like Rich say, or just like this carpet. Is that conversations you've had?
Do you call that quality?
Just wading into this. So
That was a leading question.
Forgive me.
Yes.
He used the word diverse.
Okay.
So great question. I mean, yeah. And probably, I think when we look at the programs in here at 3:30, I don't know if any of that will come into focus a little bit or not, maybe. Yeah, we visited type 1, type 2, potential type 3, how to define what that would be. And we kept coming back to the program as it exists, works as good as we could figure out. I don't know, is that fair? Not to shoot it down, because it's kind of that never ending question of
Define quality.
Mr. Chairman, would
the
that kind
experience.
of be reflected in the 100 days? You know, like in our country, the grasshoppers follow the cows up the ridge, you know, and so there was nothing, you know, and so you think, well, the guy drives through there and it looks like it was burned. So maybe he won't sign in again, or he'll turn around and leave, you know, because the game wasn't there. All over there was grasshoppers and there's no season for them.
Yeah, it probably begs a look at, again, at some point, you know, the other thing that's gonna come up is some legislative things that are gonna bear on all this, I think, that might get fleshed out in that process too, so. Anything else, Frank?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
I heard something, not talking about block management, but I talked to somebody at the meeting the other night, and they were talking about Wyoming's access programs down there. And I guess they've got a pretty neat way to encourage landowners for better management of their wildlife. Of course, they're a lot smaller state, a lot fewer hunters, but I don't know if somebody want to look into that maybe a little bit and see what they're doing. It might be, I think they're encouraging more, providing better habitat, maybe not so many 100 days. I don't know what their program is. I was just wondering what it is, if it's something we could look at here too.
Okay.
There's some Wyoming stuff we could look at.
Huh?
So there's some other stuff in Wyoming we could look at too.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking about block.
Okay. Thanks for bringing up Wyoming, Paul.
Yeah.
Bring your own ladder. She's tall enough, she can jump over the corners.
Please.
Could have gone all day without.
We
that topic.
we don't have enough
We've
time.
been fighting that battle since the railroad went through there in 1868.
Pole vaulting is next.
Yeah.
It's easier. Donna,
I'm not sure if it falls under PLPW, but I know the end of last year when we were trying to help the youth get licenses, that was difficult. And I was a little disheartened that we spent so much time on an adult program where we may not even get the adults to watch it, but yet our youth were falling through the cracks.
Yeah.
so explain a little more, because you were talking about the Hunter Mentor Program. and the
Right.
Focus, right?
Right, and I think I sent all of you a pretty lengthy letter explaining my thoughts on that and what we went through. It's like the department almost needs some help to get these youths to Hunter's Ed. And they take the online course, but there's not enough places for them to be certified to go hunting. And is there some way we as an organization can help with that? You know? So, yeah.
Can I add to that?
Mhm.
Sure.
I have heard, this might be some, it's not really PLPW, but it's kind of tied to this. I've heard like a big thing people are doing now is because we still require the field day. So they're just getting their youth certified in Idaho because they don't require one, and their Hunter's Ed just counts here. So we just have a bunch of youth now, just get on the computer. Some of their parents do it for them, pencil whip through it, and then they're able to hunt in Montana. They're not even taking our courses at all anymore, because then they don't have to look for that field day.
Right. It's a lot easier
And
that
that's
way. And we actually were.
alarming.
Yeah, and not to interrupt, but it's like teaching the youth how to work around the system.
Yep.
And I don't think that's a good lesson for Hunter's Ed in particular, or in general. So.
Noted.
Just a couple of, just thinking it out loud, I know it's PLPW, but I was thinking the growing number of e-bikes and other recreation. And when I think of wildlife, a lot of people are just wanting to go out and bird watch or even just look at wildlife, like they just want to go out and see that. I don't know if there's, as we think about habitat, and if people go to areas where there's good habitat, they're likely to see wildlife, but I don't know if that's anything that this commission, should be, I guess, thinking about in terms of access. And when we think about programs, again, I'm not suggesting more programs. I'm just wondering, as we try to maybe, fine tune our programs, maybe there's some opportunities where it's people like you were saying, Craig, like where you're in areas where it's not a hunting opportunity, because maybe there's residents or whatever all around, but maybe someone just wants to get through to take their mountain bike or go bird watch or whatever. Maybe there's some programs or something like that that might, I don't know, might be out there too. I was just thinking of, because I just made me think of that as people bird watching, e-biking, and just not wanting to hunt at all, just want to go look around. So.
Well, and can I just speak to that? And that's one thing with the PALA program. I mean, the PALA can be restricted to hunting, but it can also be a year-round or a much longer period than just the hunting season for activities that are not hunting related, or it can include activities that you're not packing a firearm with you.
Right. Where it's that consolidation of people knowing the programs that, know these new landowners knowing that it's not just, that's, I think that education, I guess. So.
Everett.
I think I had two things I wanted to kind of riff off of. One was Paul's and not only elevating the department's reputation among landowners, but among sportsmen as well. I think that some clarity and transparency on a lot of different things that the department does or does not do for biologists and reporting and things like that all could be done a little better to really help that department's reputation across so that there's a trust. When people from FWP talk, it's not just an instant suspicion, these are the professionals that we've entrusted with this resource. So I think that it can expand across all three of our groups here at PLPW. And then Don, I'm passionate about Hunter Ed as well. I don't like the idea that they can go to Idaho and check the box and move on. I know we have a new, what's Francis's title?
He's the outdoor skills supervisor, so he's in charge of Hunter Ed.
Yeah.
Hunter Ed.
And I know that he's relatively new to the position and doing some review there, but it might be beneficial for us to look at reviewing that as well. We just brought in Trapper Ed. You know, and when you go to bow hunter or hunter ed, that class will vary instructor to instructor. It's not, there is some material that we go off of, but Ed will teach it different than I'll teach it. So, you know, with that kind of variation, what is actually there or not. And I think that is kind of hand in hand with HLSP as well. So that to me is something that I think is worth looking at. But then my number one right now is going back to technology within the department, the development of our app, because I think that hits across so many different aspects of what we talk about, whether it's reservation system within the BLM or whatever access program, push notifications when stuff happens and it needs to get shut down because of fire, drought, flood, whatever. There are so many different areas there, and we continue to languish technologically as a department. And I feel like we're just we're at the dock watching the boat sail away, and we keep talking about getting on the boat, but the boat keeps getting further and further away. And so I know that we had the subcommittee and we gave a lot of recommendations there. I feel like this is an area that really needs a lot of attention. That's all.
Okay.
Ms. Cohen's got her hand up too.
Say that again.
Cindy has her hand up as well.
Thank you. Cindy?
Finally. One of the director's topics was the fishing access. And we used to do that, but then it went away from us. Who's been doing it since it went away from us?
It's a good question. I think that's looking for it to be more vigorous. I think you speak to some history that brings it back to the PLPW as a nomination from the director. So it hasn't been a real active program, Cindy. Short way to say that.
So then they too could be, which they should have been anyway, part of the palace. In fact, in the past, we approved a couple of fishing accesses via the BMAs or something. I've forgotten. I think it was a BMA, but they should be part of the palace too, right?
Yeah, as long as so Cindy, Jason, as long as the PALA is accessing public land, and the public land may be adjacent to a water body, we can still do PALAs to the public land, but that public land opportunity may also have a fishing component. Does that make sense? So we're not doing public access land agreements exclusively for fishing, but we are, as a benefit, getting water access.
Yeah, I think we had at least one of those. I've forgotten where it was though. Seems like it was in like area 3 here somewhere. Anyway, I just wanted to know who's been doing it since it was taken away from us.
Cindy, if I can clarify a little, I don't think it was taken away from us. There wasn't too much happening with it. We did have a report on the PLFAs, maybe in 23, somewhere in there. And then as you recall, noted, there have been some palos that have game fishing access that were part of the equation. I think in the breaks and on the Yellowstone, maybe to a pond. I can't remember exactly, but it was kind of subsequent to the access for the palo for hunting, but nonetheless helped that access. I think this would be more specifically focusing on this PLFA program to grow it. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I think it was to a river, Ed, but it went away when there was controversy about the Madison River access that had so many people on it. That's when it kind of strayed away from us, because that was so controversial about that, the Madison, where all those people park and they park out onto practically out onto the side shoulder. Anyway, I just wanted to know. Thanks.
I think they're just parking back to the MSU campus, aren't they? That wasn't fair. Which just emphasizes the demand and need on the fishing access side. Doesn't matter whether it's there or in Missouri or a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, just jumping in, I mean, and it's a good point, and there are a couple of reasons that it's. So comes the question of parking. I mean, it's easy to think about it, and I know I'll speak to myself. You think of a 2-track or a path or a piece of a half a section or a half an acre that goes down to the river. It's my first thought, but to your point, depending on the Saturday and depending on the water body, you might have 35 cars show up accessing something less than a quarter of an acre.
Yeah.
And you don't want to think about that after you've concluded the agreement on a quarter of an acre. It's a good point. So what do you do about that? To the degree that's a bottleneck. And it's a circumstance on well-established fishing access sites that have a lot of thought put into them, but are now struggling with large audiences.
Yeah. So I think for region 3, did we have, I think we're gonna need to chew on these a little bit. I guess the other part of, oh, I'm sorry, Dale. I apologize.
Good.
Okay. Sorry, that's okay. On this timeline 115, roles of responsibilities and expectations. With your discussion, Quentin, about moving forward from where we've been and clarifying these expectations. I think we need to clarify from the council if there are any certain expectations, whether or not those are appropriate within the advisory role. Is that something we want to do right now within this segment or at another point?
I am hesitant. Thank you, Ed, for the chair. Thank you for the question. I'm hesitant at this point in the process, given that they are still mostly core scale concepts. So I'm hesitate to offer a yay or a nay based just on that. I'm assuming tomorrow there'll be a little bit more deliberate conversation. And it might even take a little bit more for the details to show up to really inform. You asked, I hear your question. No, let's not do that.
Okay.
I not wanting to be quick to, turn back something on a concept title that may in detail turn out to be a really worthwhile topic. Does that sound reasonable? And it also speaks to staying engaged as partners, right? As these conversations develop.
Right.
And I'd be even open, just to further illustrate the example, maybe we all get on board for a title. And we're 2 meetings down before it's starting to show up as something larger, or suddenly it's less about PLPW than we thought.
Yeah, fair. Let's take a quick break then. Okay, so, and that'll chew in and we'll just add a little quick. Okay, 10 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're gonna pick up with Quentin again with legislative updates, is that correct?
Yes, Chair. And I would ask you, recognizing that, there's other topics after that. If you want me to take a stab at running through a couple of the bills, or if you wanted to open the conversation, the questions to the PLPW members about particular bills that they have questions about. I can, either way, or a third option if someone has a different idea.
How many do you have?
Depends on what the definition of Fish and Wildlife Park stuff is. That's why I asked the question, Chair.
I could lead with one, Chair, if you wanted me to.
There are 13 access bills,
Yeah.
specifically access related bills. Of course, whatever else you guys may have of interest.
Let's just start through them, Quentin.
I'm gonna go to, how about we start with 763. House Bill 763 was carried by, it was sponsored by Representative Steckinger. Its title is generally revised laws related to the block management program. Substantively, what it does, it speaks to a corridor opportunity within the block management program. The concept, when we visited in a technical conversation with the representative, with the lobby representative of the bill, I think it was Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, I think that was behind that bill. I mean, one of the questions we asked was, what is different here? What corridors are not a brand new concept in program or in concept application, but the answer that we heard them offer was the set fee, the opportunity to not dedicate resources to a lot of infrastructure, if that's the way to say it, the sign-in box, to counting hunter days, and then also using the commission as a decision maker for the application proposal. So just leave that. I'll start with that. I don't know if there's any questions there, or if that's enough of, and that bill did pass.
Did he sign it?
Oh, yeah.
I think it, yeah, it was still alive last I looked. I'm not sure if it's been signed or not. We're looking.
I'll look it up right now.
I was just wondering, no, it's kind of like the PALA agreement, isn't it? But you sent me some information on it, Jason, I appreciate that. But how is it different than the PALA, really? I mean, they're gonna pay him, what, 25 grand, and how are they gonna base that payment? Do you remember?
Yeah, it's not, it relies on, it doesn't speak to verifying the use. And so the pragmatic answer to that would be staff assessment with hunter input and staff first person engagement with that piece on the ground. Pragmatically, that's the answer.
And it has to be their own lease ground, right?
That's the difference.
So.
No, this is a new bill. They added that to it, didn't they?
Right. I don't know, I need you to jump in on.
Go fire away, go ahead, Jason.
So, yeah, 763 did pass. It was signed by the governor on the 8th of May. And with the amendment that was added in the Senate side, the bill requires these to go through the commission process. And it also requires us to notify the adjacent landowner who has the lease, and also have the commission take their feedback from that leaseholder. But it does not require that landowner to actually hold a public land lease. Does that make sense? So that's one difference between PALA and this program. We still have to reach out, like I said, to the public land leaseholder if it's not the existing landowner to get their feedback. But it doesn't require that person to actually hold the lease. That would be a primary difference.
But we have no way of knowing how they're gonna pay it, just arbitrarily. And does block management have enough money to pay?
It would be a flat payment that we would have to negotiate, and also we would want to set a rate by the department that's not to undermine other existing programs, whether it be regular block management or PALA or et cetera. It wouldn't be that all pieces wouldn't probably even come close to the 25,000, but.
There wasn't the cap 25,000
up to.
Yes, the premise behind that, right, is that the original corridor language with block management the payment was basically half of the existing rate, and so they just stuck in what was half of the current cap at 25.
Can you give me you said that you can, so if I had a piece of deeded land that was blocking access to somebody else's BLM lease, they'd pay me for the corridor through there to get to the other guy's lease? For the Forest Service or whatever.
Yep. But we would have to contact that guy's lease, actually ask him about it. What does he think about it? And then take all of that feedback and the proposal to the actual Fish and Wildlife Commission through a regular commission meeting, as opposed to any of our other agreements that are done in-house. Yeah.
Thanks.
But could he block it, the owner of that lease? The rancher of that lease? Or,
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't allow access, he doesn't allow access. I guess I'm not.
But if it was a piece of DNRC or BLM, it's open to hunting. You're not trust doing whatever if you get there. So he wouldn't really have any input into it.
I'm sorry, we do read the agency's discretion in the bill. If that lessee that's not looking for the corridor contract opposes that, that could influence, there's room in the statute for the department to say, okay, until we get support from that lessee, we're not gonna propose this. Or an alternative option is the department, let's just use it, if only as an example, the department could say, well, let's put this in front of the commission at public venue and see what comes forward for or against that. And I understood that was one of the reasons they wanted to go to the commission, is to have that venue for just for example, for that sort of circumstance to be worked out in a public setting. And then, of course, the commission could say, yay or nay in that moment.
Because wasn't that kind of an example, as I remember kind of that too, like, so say you're the lessee of the DNRC land and you don't graze it very much, you take it, there's tons of grass on it, and your neighbor who has property next to it treats it like the floor, like I like to say. And he's like, hey, I can get money to allow access to your DNRC lease. You then have because there is no way to really fight it. Like, so now it's like, okay, look, I'm gonna get my DNRC rep, we're gonna go to the commissioner, and they're gonna have, they could still say, well, Rich, sorry, we think that's some really prime hunting. And like, well, I know it is because there's grass there, but right, I mean, you would have to make the decision. You could if I was still upset about it, you could still say, no, we really like that, we're gonna let them go. That's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct, Chair. And that decision would be for the proposal to go to the commission.
Right.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the commission would be there.
As a part of that as well, with the person that we're doing the contract with, we have to take the terms of that lease and incorporate those terms into the agreement as well.
Yes. Anything else on that one? Okay. So the next one, just no particular order here, Chair. Senate Bill 83, carried by Senator Logie. This one I think is signed. And this is general title is revised law to recognize commission authority to regulate public use of private property under access agreements. You will see this bill, an output of this bill show up at the June commission meeting, where we are initiating an arm rule development with the commission. We're asking them to proceed with an arm rule development. Functionally, what this would do is the commission would say, in essence, the landowner rules that the landowner has applied to their access agreement with the department are seen as commission rule by the commission. That gives enforcement the ability to issue a commission rule violation when and if a block management visitor violates one of the ranch rules.
It should put a little more teeth in.
That's the thought, yes, that it would. And it was interesting, the conversation that showed up in the committees were hold the visitors a little more accountable. That was that's the thought. Any questions on that one? And then there's they were independent. Yeah, they're a pair. They didn't show up as a pair, but this Senate Bill 441, also carried by Senator Logie, establishes the Montana Block Management Enforcement Network. And this would, the network here is a structure within the agency, within Fish, Wildlife and Parks, that for those persons that are convicted of a citation on a block management area, let's use a specific example. A conviction has occurred, not just a citation issued, but a conviction has occurred. That person, whatever else happens in that conviction, that person could not then access other block management properties where those cooperators have said, yes, I'd like to be part of this network. And then those cooperators could also step out of the network at any point in time. And again, the same sort of conversation took place in a lot of the committee discussions, adding credibility, adding accountability to how hunter visitors present themselves on block management properties, on access properties. Okay, some of these have a more direct connection, say, to PLPW than others.
You have a question? Quentin?
Yeah.
Sorry. Great, thanks. So that network, I'm just trying to understand the policing of that. So would the landowners, would there be sharing of those names that show up as being eliminated from that network or access? Would they
Yes,
all
yes.
have access to those names? Or?
Yeah. That would be, and we see that most pragmatically, most fundamentally being through either the access staff in the region, in that area, and or enforcement staff.
Yeah.
And you can imagine there's probably a little bit of friction to work through, not friction, but there's probably a little bit of process and clarification that we have to put in place to get that.
What about this type?
Hang on, Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One question I had with that, and I know I read through it, but I just don't remember. When you have type A or type 1 block management, where you sign in a mailbox, say an individual goes out and he drives on roads that are muddy and that's a violation, they say, okay, you're done. But you say, well, that information is provided to all the other block management cooperators. But if they're going to a type 1, they're not policing who's signing in every day. Is that hunter that was in violation, is he issued notice that saying you are forbidden from hunting here, and then you are in further violation? How does that work?
We would have to think about the communication, whether at the point of engagement with the citation or the citation issued or the conviction. And then we'd also have to think about signage and the opportunities are presented in the booklet, the access booklet, if not signage on the box for those kind of properties. And then to the degree staff and primarily, I think it'll initially, if not initially, certainly initially, if not comprehensively, it'll fall to enforcement staff to look at that roster as part of their routine duties. And so it's not necessarily, the way we see this coming to enforcement is they're going to find these circumstances like they find someone fishing without a fishing license in their daily duties. This would add one more thing to their patrol duty, to check for that person or to check for that violation. And if that violation happens under these circumstances, making sure all of the communications go out.
And I know that was passed and signed, but I guess I'm preaching to the choir here, but I really think the access coordinators need a lot of input into here, because I could see this being a serious workload.
Yeah, I think we've got some work to do on getting it to the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul.
Same thing as what Dale, great minds, I guess.
Okay, perfect.
And just so you guys are aware too, this is like Ken said, it's an opt-in. So we will opt in landowners next year's contract cycle. We're not doing it right now for this fall. It'll be as a part of the contract cycle next year. So we do have some runway to try and figure out some of these details.
Would this be on your record perpetually? So happens now in 5 years, it doesn't fall off or anything like that?
That is my understanding.
So the first conviction, just looking at the law right now, they're banned from all lands for the rest of the license year. The second conviction is up to 3 years. And then a third conviction is for life. According to the bill as written.
And was that on block?
This is
Just on an
this is
access
a
program.
block management enforcement network, so it is specific just to block.
Do they have to be in the network? Jason?
The landowner would need to opt into the network for it to actually have an effect.
But they would be able to hunt other properties.
Correct.
Not in the network.
That makes sense. Loophole.
Would you be able to get more per day charge if you let all the convicted?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Remediation.
We should just employ them.
Yeah, there you go.
So Lee, you're volunteering to sign up for that duty?
Yeah, well, I think I'd sure look at it, depending on what the incentive was.
Time and a half.
Most of them come there anyway. You know who they are.
All right, Quinn.
Next one, again, no particular order here. House Bill 2, so that's the general appropriations bill that's always titled House Bill 2. That's the place, that's the conversation, that's the bill where agencies request operations, fiscal resources for operations, fiscal resources for personal services, and FTE, the opportunity to hire staff as part of the agency's base. And I bring it up in this conversation tied to the earlier conversation on the field day. And Cindy, I think that was Cindy's comment. And there are 7, one of the approvals, this one is not yet signed. It's a ginormous bill. I think it's still in enrolling. If it goes through, it will include 7 additional FTE specifically for ComEd. Yes, thank you. And while their assignments will be common across the 7 regions, no doubt the ratios of work are gonna be different. But it includes opportunity, we think, for more assistance in the hunter safety piece of ComEd's delivery, including the 100 days. We also see them as helping in other times of the year in general customer service. So think about a Bozeman office where you selling licenses, you're giving regulations, you're helping someone with block management, someone walks in with a bighorn sheep that needs to be pinned. We also see that on the other end of the spectrum, these positions helping out there in customer service. Again, I bring it up here just to make the connection to the field day more broadly to hunter safety capacity.
Capacity state.
The enforcement capacity did stay as well. That's right. 7 additional wardens is also
Oh, that's what I thought.
currently in House Bill 2. Okay. The provide for the Montana Hunters First Act. That's House Bill 568, sponsored by Representative Sprunger. That requires the department, that's the title, provide for the Montana Hunters First Act. That requires the department to conclude a study that quantifies the impact of non-resident hunters. So we see that as, whatever else, but at least the data, if not the summary presentation, would include 100 days, percent of total 100 days or district 100 days, resident, non-resident, percent of harvest, percent of participation in block management areas. That sort of metric that we looked at. And as you all know, a lot of those metrics are already assembled. We see this requirement looking for the department to synthesize in some manner consistent to the title. It's the functionality, which is again to quantify, to describe impact from non-resident hunters. We'd also, and Chair, like I say, look to you to grab the questions. One more thing that we think that would also include fiscal consideration, look at the fiscal circumstance as well. Yeah.
Sure.
Chair.
The department is real hesitant to go to mandatory reporting. And I feel like this really, the only way to collect this data effectively is through mandatory reporting, because most of this, the data is already accessible. We know how many non-residents are buying licenses. We know kind of a percentage of what they're harvesting, et cetera. So without that mandatory reporting, like I could see it being very easy, like on the app or when you log in. I feel like the data won't be as accurate as it could be
Yeah,
without
I
mandatory.
appreciate that question. Mandatory reporting had an interesting presence in this bill. This is actually the second enumeration of this concept of looking at impacts from non-residents. The first iteration of the concept in another bill numbered had a mandatory reporting piece to it. And there are at least 3 places in this legislative session, the 2025 session that we just concluded, where by one process, action, or another, mandatory reporting did not come through the session. Without fashion. So we've got one of the agency's questions on the heels of, okay, the legislature said no, no, and no. What do we do? We assembled a fiscal note. We painted the process as to what mandatory reporting would look like. This bill required a fiscal note. So we've gone through the planning process, but now comes the question, and it's a policy question. What do you do with a concept that the legislature has said no to 3 times? We're chasing, we're working toward an answer to that question. Some options on the table are, well, 3 times no is kind of a clear message. Let's not do it, at least in the context of mandatory. Could we do it in the context of building the how and then letting it be either a pilot or something like SWAN, just to expand the exposure and awareness and maybe comfort level with the concept, or maybe just voluntary. So that's a question we're grappling with internally. And again, it's fundamentally, what does the agency do? Recognizing that there's a lot of interest in mandatory reporting, also recognizing that a bit of a surprise for us, it wasn't warmly received by the session, the concept, at least.
I think some of them had, some of those bills had some kind of aggressive tones and punishments associated with them for not doing it. But I just see like swans, or I mean, when I go to buy my licenses this year, I have to fill out a quick waterfowl. I have to fill out a trapper survey. So yeah, I could see it just being quick and easy.
Yeah.
And I think most people would participate in it. I think a lot of people also get wary of, oh, well, they're gonna ask me my hunting spot. And I think it could be vaguer than that, like region 4.
Yeah, yeah, and that's exactly the kind of functionality we're doing. What I'm wondering, if we get comfortable with that sort of manifestation of a either a mandatory reporting that's really finite in scope, kind of as a, not kind of, but as a pilot project to see how it works, to see what the public thinks about it. Maybe you come around next session and you get a different reception from the legislature. But
I like it.
to be clear, we haven't settled on a place as an agency.
No, thank you for
You
answering
bet,
that.
you bet.
Can the department, separate from the legislature or the commission, make mandatory reporting a thing? Can they do that on their own?
That is fundamentally our question to legal. A first initial response is.
Okay, Alex.
I'm not gonna put lead
Down there.
Alex on the. Our first consideration is a policy question, and think hard about it, because they said no 3 times. And whatever else we don't want to do is we don't want to respond to that circumstance in a way that brings something back, that invites something next session. So
Yeah, my follow-up question though, I guess, Quinn, would be, if we as POPW took up the issue, we voted and said, we want mandatory reporting, could the department then just say, okay, we'll do it?
I think Alex, you tell me if I'm wrong. I think if I boil your question down, I inserted a little bit of policy interpretation into my answer. We boiled it down to just, could the department proceed? Could.
Okay.
Would we be first thinking that we'd be potentially lining up for you
Yeah, I
shouldn't have done
understand.
that next
Yeah, yeah.
session?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Alex, Chair, now, is that fairly characterized, Alex?
That's correct, Glenn.
Thank you.
So just a question on that. I didn't attend any of those. What was is there a one hesitation that comes to mind?
Chair, I think Stephanie hit it on the head. It's a little bit of anxiety about just exactly what that will look like, what the department will be gathering. Electronically or by volume. And our vision for that technology, for that application is to ask questions, not to secure information just from the phone itself electronically, but to ask questions essentially, and some would be mandatory, like, were you successful? To the point of mandatory reporting, the way we saw that language first captured. But we saw it as that overall concern, a little bit about what the department would ultimately end up obtaining, and maybe also a reluctance, a little different kind of opposition is reluctance, that it would just be a finer scale communication of where people hunt and how successful they are and how many days, and some folks more than others, understandably so, just being a little careful with that information from a personal standpoint. Okay. Wanted to go to 354 next, carried by Representative Kronauer. That revised, the short title is revised penalties for criminal trespass while fishing, trapping, hunting. Those have always been there, or collecting antlers and sheds. So adds that activity to the list of criminal trespass.
Didn't she beef up the penalties too on that?
I think you'll have to look. I don't know if they went through. I know the bill started with that. I don't know off the top of my head, Paul, if that.
I thought it did. So did you remember?
I think it passed with beefing up it to criminal trespass versus just trespass, and then they could assign the losing hunting and fishing rights up to 2 years.
So it was strengthening it, which was good, I think.
Any other questions on that one? Okay, the next one I'll hit is Senate Bill 235, carried by Senator Bogner. The short title is Revising Landowner Preference Qualifications for Elk to Require Finalized Land Ownership of 640 acres or more of contiguous land. This struck the language that said
Under contract.
under contract to purchase, yes. Thank
That
you.
was the Lee and Tiffany bill.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I think it also adds a definition to employer, a ranch employer. I think it also adds a definition for that. House Joint Resolution 73. I don't think this one is signed yet. I think it's still alive, but I don't think it's signed. This is a short title, is Study Resolution on Block Management Funding and Participation. This is carried by Representative France. The chair referenced his participation in the committee late in the session, and if memory serves, Chair, it was this bill that you were speaking to with Renee. You look at that bill, just to very coarsely cover the bill as we read it, it recognizes in the whereas that block management is an important piece of Montana for all the participants. It has a fiscal cost to it. The demand certainly isn't growing any less as far as the customer hunters. What's the plan for moving forward? We recently had an increase in the cap, an increase in the per day that resulted in an overall increased cash infusion to the program. Let's think about this further out, folks. Where's all this going to land someday? As demand continues to grow, the fiscal piece likely continues to grow as well at some interval or another. So this is a resolution trying to look at that. Resolutions, just as a process clarification, some of you may know this, apologize if it's redundant. Resolutions that passed get sent out for a ranking assignment by the legislative body. And then those resolutions find their way, a study resolution like this, find their way to the appropriate interim committee. In this case, probably you see that was Sheriff Beal had a bunch of back and forth on how that committee might interact with a body like the LPW, if the committee chose to pick that study up.
just with that, Quinn, I hate to beat a dead horse with that, but is there, as we look at that as being somewhat of a study thing and we look at, I know the goal is to increase hunter days or access, but what about the wildlife that's there or the habitat that's there? Is that part of any of this, or will you see that as being part of the work that's being done on this, if it say goes forward? I mean, in terms of how that's done, because it's, I don't know, in my mind, I keep going back to, you just can't throw, people out there, just, it's all about how many days without knowing, is there any wildlife there to begin, or what habitat is there? Am I missing the boat on that?
No, you're not, Chair, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
You're not, I mean, I don't know how directly habitat will be a look for this study bill that moves forward. Habitat continues to be, just to confirm, habitat continues to be a vigorous pursuit by the agency.
Okay.
You look at the engagement by the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program, its habitat piece, those projects continue to come through at a high volume. Neat to see. The habitat conservation leases, the 30 and 40-year term leases, continue to have a vigorous response when we open that window for application. And then there's a couple of bills out there. Neither one of them are through to the point of adoption and chapter that redefine the allocation of marijuana revenue. And there's some habitat components in both of those bills. They're really similar bills, but there are also some differences. It's 932. I think it's 932 and 537. House Bill 932, Senate Bill 537. And they're both alive, but not through. 537 they're similar enough, they require some reconciliation language as they both move through process. 537 says that if both of them are adopted, both of them are passed, then 932 goes away. So, and the reason I bring it up here, Chair Rich, is again, there's some interesting habitat enhancement opportunities with those dollars. Those dollars, just for everybody's, the other point I would make there is those dollars have a, they're not licensed dollars. So they don't have some of the constraints that licensed dollars have relative to PR. So you can, we haven't put any quantification to this, but it represents it represents the opportunity to explore additional pieces that for one reason or another haven't been a straightforward connection to PR or DJ.
Mr. Chairman, I follow. Just because as I think about that too, I mean, as I think about landowners that have, and it goes to some of these, like you have landowners that have land, but they also have big tracts of, say, state land that they're responsible for, right? Like it's not the hunter's responsibility. It's not the people acts. It's they're the lessees of those lands. It's their responsibility. So as the work is done to do that, the cooperation again with DNRC in terms of habitat, I mean, it's the landowner. I'm just using my own family's example. Is it our state block of land, 30,000 acres in the center, was our responsibility. Like it was our responsibility, weeds, habitat, all of that. And if we didn't do that, we would potentially lose the leases, and we paid every year. So there is a financial component tied to it in terms of why someone might be taking care of it different than the other. And I know I'm probably digressing. I just making sure that that's a component of the stuff that, or the research that's being done, or
okay. Appreciate that. Yeah. And Chair, if I may, I take this opportunity to, so to our opening conversation this morning, we were talking about roles and relationship and responsibilities. And one of those pieces being a more consistent presence by I would say an expanded Fish, Wildlife and Parks team. You've enjoyed great help. We look to add capacity to that conversation piece. And as we walk through the next step for us, which is implementation of the bills that have passed, some of these are going to be pretty quick. A criminal trespass for antler collecting. Well, that's kind of implemented. Not much implementation to do except for that enforcement situation where they come up on that in the field. Other stuff like a 932, with potential new habitat options. That's going to require probably team effort to develop. And I could see a lot of opportunity there that we as an agency have to keep our eyes open to bring to PLPW. Maybe not necessarily as a signed topic, but as a place on the agenda where we can maybe get some first impressions or some quick answers to questions we're drafting. Don't know how often that would happen, but you're going to see us keep our eyes open to those sorts of circumstances.
Yeah, and if I can just throw this in there in regards to this resolution, if it does get signed by the governor, to answer you, Rich, their specific curiosity is essentially what we do and report on every biennium. And that's where it became clear to me that the communication of what we do wasn't there, however that is. So for example, they want to examine the current sources of funding for the block management program, alternative sources if it's needed, caps on compensation to the landowners, and then identify strategies to retain and expand participation in blocks, and identify strategies to expand both the total acreage and the number of landowners participating. So it's sustaining block, and it would be providing an interim committee beginning, I would assume, fairly quickly if you pass it, June. And the chair of the House Committee, Fish, Wildlife, Parks, is that? Yeah.
Yep.
Indicated the need to bring that to EQC. And so I volunteered somebody here to be participating in that if that happens. I'm sure anyone here would be willing to, but I think it would be very helpful to be part of that in some way. So I just bring that forward. If it does happen, I had been asked that question and offered our assistance at that point in time if it did happen.
What's the bill number?
It's House Joint Resolution 73.
And it would be, should it pass, it says all aspects of the study, including presentation, review requirements, shall be concluded prior to September 15th, 2026.
So again, you see that same timeline.
Yeah.
And Chair, if I may, so it could happen a couple of different ways. To the director's point that I referenced earlier, the profile, the awareness, the credibility of PLPW is wide and far and deep. And so it was quick. I saw it quickly come in. The chair helped it with his presence at the podium. Well, hey, this is the stuff that PLPW works with. So for us, maybe our biggest curiosity is just how exactly that exchange shows up. And just from our experience, we've seen it show up where the interim committee picks it up very much so, and they're driving the questions and search for the answers, and they're looking to PLPW. We could see them looking to PLPW and the agency to inform their conversation. At the other end of the spectrum, and as you might remember, House Bill 140 came to be that RAC committee, where EQC came to understand that we had assembled the body, or we're planning to assemble a body, and their response was to embed a staffer. So I hate to jinx it, but we're fairly confident it's going to come down somewhere between those two endpoints. And whichever one it does, it's going to represent opportunity for input.
Yeah, and I just saw it as an eye opener for myself, knowing that we primarily communicate to the department, to the governor, and assume that that communication gets read by those involved in the legislature. And I think that's not a good assumption. So I think to make that process more firm, if I'd have known that, I would have, I mean, it didn't become clear to me till that meeting, which was at the end of the session, so.
And not to be challenging, but just to be comprehensive, when you see the stack of stuff, particularly as a new legislator gets, your point is well made. You want to be wary about
that
just
on
handing
me,
over a
not
document.
you or
But
somebody else.
We've suffered that same epiphany, not suffered, but we've experienced that same epiphany.
Epiphany.
The good thing about this is if it, assuming it does move forward, this is going to take a stab at raising that awareness, at least for EQC.
Understood. Agreed.
Any other questions on that one? Okay, the next one I cover is, and I think I'm past time, so I'll let this one be the last one unless you have specific questions, Chair, and that's Senate Bill 514 by Senator Hunter. This agenda title is generally revised laws related to upland game bird seasons. This would suspend for non-residents the start date for pheasants for all upland birds except for turkey and mountain grouse for 10 days. I think it's 10 days on. Yeah, it would say, I was gonna tie a land ownership to that, but I think it's that straightforward.
Except on private.
Is it except on private? Yeah, it is except on private because we were wondering if there would be a reference to block management that got pulled out and it never did come up in committee.
It's, so it'd be, I think, public land and lands enrolled in block management.
Yes,
Are
are part of the
part
delay.
of, are part of the restriction for non-residents.
Yes. And again, turkeys and mountain grouse are excluded. Sure, just looking at the clock, sorry, I got away from the clock a little bit, I'm way over time.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that, Quinn.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So, reviewing public land access programs. Who wants to start?
This will be a team effort. You'll hear from all of us. Feel free to ask questions, of course. Try and share our screen up so that Ms. Cohen can see it as well. I was gonna steal off of that one. if that's okay. I'll just have to-
Oh, wait. Well, I was gonna sit down.
Depends on
I
what
was
you
just
want.
turning this on.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Trying to get it set up.
Well, I'll just-
I was gonna wait.
I know, that's what, yeah, I was just.
Hang out.
I would-
They're all.
I'm gonna go hang out.
So is this where we get an update on technology?
See how many access managers it takes to solve a computer problem?
Right?
2.
They got it figured out. They're geniuses.
They're the youngest, they should know.
Put Macy up there.
Natalie, am I still in? Did she save or did it kick me out since?
Yeah, it was kind of updated.
Because it'll play the audio. stream, right?
Yeah, so that's just,
How do you share? screen?
Might take a second.
It's not sharing yet.
You guys can't get it, I'm sure Paul can troubleshoot that for you.
Right. Oh.
3 weeks.
Oh, perfect.
And
It takes a second.
Cheap jet.
High tech. That's that
It's sharing.
Take my shots when I can get them.
Yeah.
Same short answer.
That was good natured.
I don't pick on people I don't like.
Oh, there.
Here we go.
there you go.
Nice.
All right, I came up here to see if you guys need me to push it closer to you. You need this screen closer.
Turn the volume up a little bit.
Okay. So you should just do
Is
that.
that an old person show?
Yeah. Just press the
Be
space
careful,
bar.
sorry,
You know that.
Space bar.
What's that?
Space bar.
Space bar.
All right. All right, so just wanted to, again, provide the opportunity to bring access managers into the fold. They're truly a passionate group and very dedicated professional group. This presentation we gave to our FWP staff, we call it a brown bag. About once a month, we give a topic. And so we had the opportunity to kind of break down FWP access programs, what they are, what options are available, primarily to give an overview for other staff to also become access advocates, but then also wanted to bring this committee up to speed on where we're at with all of the different tools in the toolbox. You know, it's kind of been mentioned even today about there's a lot of options, it's somewhat confusing, there's a lot of timelines, and we would all agree with that. One of the things that we're trying to do again is just bring everybody's level of knowledge or a refresher back into the conversation as we look to tomorrow's work planning discussion. So this is super informal. Please ask questions as you have them, if you have them. So with that, our access team, as you see here, most of them are the access managers. They're highlighted in yellow. We also have in 6 of the 7 regions what we call a resource specialist. It's somebody who's almost, I would say, second in command, but it also helps these guys kind of be a jack of all trades. They can introduce their staff if they want to. Do you guys want to introduce who you have for staff, or just you guys see it? I guess it's probably good enough. But, so anyway, we have resource specialists. We have about 45 seasonal technicians across the state that help us each fall. Most of them will start in August and then run through sometimes late elk shoulder season, but some are done earlier than that. We also have myself and Helena, and then a couple of program actual admin staff, one in Region 4, one in Region 7, that are full-time like access admin support. 4 or 6 is supposed to get one back hopefully at halftime. So one of the things that I like to mention is it truly is a team effort. This group of folks, not only on the implementation side, but then also the strategic thought side, is truly a team. We have monthly meetings. We get together, hash out, what are you dealing with? What's an area that we can work on collectively? Is there a problem you're dealing with? Can we have that feedback? And so it's a constant feedback loop. But really to pull off all these access programs, we really like to highlight that it's not just us. So outside of the private landowner element, which is crucial, right? We don't have access programs without the private landowner piece. But really, if you think about it, what it actually takes to pull these off in any given year is parts and pieces of the entire agency. Whether it be fish, wildlife, enforcement, some of our POR counterparts. We definitely have a need for our admin staff. We have staff from legal, director's office, our fleet folks, our accounting folks. It's no small feat that this actually happens every fall. It actually takes the whole agency. And so it's really one of the big things that we like to highlight and give a shout out. I mean, even to this meeting, you know, our Region 4 admin staff, we're here to support, set up the room, get the snacks, get the drinks, get lunch. It just takes a team approach. And we just really want to give that compliment to all of our staff, not just the ones you see here. So, Mr. Heisel.
So essentially, when we're talking about any of our access programs, one of the biggest misconceptions when we're talking with landowners there's not a program that fits their needs. Needs is a key word that you're going to hear the rest of this presentation when we go into all of our programs and how we can tailor them to what the landowner wants to work with. Yeah, like Jason said, we really made this program or this presentation originally to give to our counterparts across the entire agency so that we can start to develop this idea of becoming an access advocate. And I think also PLPW, you guys are a huge part of that access advocacy too. In your own communities, you can be talking with your neighbors if you hear the opportunity, if they have needs for public access on their properties. We have programs that could potentially fit into their goals and management objectives. So when we talk about our FWP access programs, there's really 3 main pillars when you divide these programs up. And we're gonna go through all of them today. Of the three pillars, you have fishing access programs, we have hunting access programs, and then we have a general recreation access program. So to go into the fishing access program, turn it over to Macy.
So we talked a lot about this a little bit today already, but kind of just a quick history. When we did our reorg and we went under parks, we inherited this program, the private land fishing access, our private land fishing agreements, PLFA, from fisheries. And when we got it, there wasn't really a lot of policy around it. We do have a fund to pay out these agreements, but we don't have a budget for ourselves to put to code our time to or anything like that. So we retained what we had, but we're not really actively managing this program to gain more. I think that we need just some more policy work and maybe some budget on this too. But the objective of this program is to provide fishing access to or across private lands. We can implement a PLFA to streams or water bodies on private lands, through private land to public waters, or access along a stream corridor. And so we have been working also on making our map and rules and signs for this program consistent across the state too. But so this is just an example, kind of looks very similar to block management. This property is in Region 2. It actually is also in block management, but through the rest of the year, they allow a trail that people can get to the river and fish. This is another example. This is also one in Region 2, some of the signage work we've done. So we've been trying to kind of just consistently across all the regions, make sure the signage doesn't look too much like another government agency. We don't want to make it look like it's public land. We want to make it look like it's private land. So we kind of try to get some signage going that we could use across state. With this program, we can compensate up to $2,500 annually. The payment structure of this has not been updated since 2001, and that is in statute. So I think that would take some change of statute to update that, but I think that compensation criteria rubric that we use probably needs to be re-looked at. We can reimburse for improvements associated with fishing, such as fencing, road improvements, latrines, and parking infrastructure. We have the landowner if the landowner wants to take on some of those burdens, we can just reimburse them for that. And then also we want to include that component of enforcement and access staff presence, and just make that presence maybe a little bit of cleanup while we're on site, just so people know, make sure people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, following the rules. What we cannot provide through this is we cannot provide like routine maintenance as we see as a fishing access site. We just don't have the budget or staffing capacity for it. And we don't do fish stocking. So we do have a ponds fish stocking program that stays under fisheries. What we have as the access team is just to provide that access and make that agreement with the landowner, similarly structured to block. So that's fishing access programs. Yeah, go ahead.
So $2,500, what's a typical access agreement looking like as far as the physical access point?
And I have 3 in Region 1. One is just an ice fishing for the winter. And then my other 2 are, one is just open for the summer. It's from June 1st through October. And that is on the Kootenai River. And we share that agreement with Idaho. It's right on the border, and Idaho pays for some of that contract too. It does go over this cap. And then we have another one on Loon Lake, kind of near Ferndale, and it's a 4-H camp, and they have a public access beach that we do enroll in a public fishing agreement with them. And then I know Trenton, the one that you guys, is all river access, I believe, on the, yeah.
Exactly, on Rafado, Land and Cal. It essentially, on that one, on the ground, you show up and the first thing you do see is the block management, but then there is private land fishing agreement signage there directing anglers how to utilize the trail to get down to the Bitterroot River.
Just so as that, I'm obviously more for rivers, but say you're more, say, eastern Montana and stuff where it's streams and things like that. Do the landowners have to know what's actually in there for fish, or if there's even if fish are even there to be a part of the program, or is it just allowing access to go throw a lure in the creek?
Yeah, so this program specifically is for fishing access, so there would have to be fish there and stuff, and we bring our fisheries, so similarly to what we do with Flock, we include the wildlife biologists, we would include the fisheries biologists and still go through a little committee and stuff to make sure it's a viable public access for fishing, but yeah, fishing specifically for these.
One more. So I don't have it in front of me. How many sites are there? Not very many. Right?
Formal sites or previously formal sites, there's only about 15 active, maybe 20 active sites currently. But there's probably umpteen that are just still active with no formalized agreement anymore because it's been allowed to expire. This program went from a $25,000 total operation budget to a $50,000 operation budget. So we're really not actively pursuing a whole bunch of new ones just because we're paying what we have already for co-ops. But it could be something to look at in the future.
Go ahead.
I hear what you're saying with $50,000, but it just, I look at the PLFAs and it just seems to be like there is so much potential out there. And I look at it though also, and I think, I look in Region 7 where you're looking at largely pond or lake fisheries and can't ask a person to take their 2 kids and 5 tackle boxes and bucket of minnows and 6 fishing poles and walk 2 miles into a place to fish. Where in the west side, if you're fly fishing, walk-in access may be very appropriate. It just seems to me that, I don't know, there could be a real expansion of this program, but not at $2,500 a year either. I mean, that might be fine for somebody that's got a 1.5 acre trout pond in eastern Montana that people fish on occasionally, but not if you're allowing many walk-in fly fishermen to a piece of river on a daily basis throughout the year.
Have you checked with Pat in Region 2 about how many more places we could expand this?
Yes, absolutely. So kind of funny enough what Jason hinted at, and I was kind of thinking that maybe more of a backstory on PLFAs as well would be appropriate. So backing up, and you guys might already be privy to this, but the PLFA program was not necessarily in the access program until about 4 or 5 years ago. It was really under fisheries. So when we came into the management of PLFAs, we inherited a lot of old contracts that might have expired, previous sentiments, previous ideas about it. So funny enough, when Pat and I are talking about it and Jason hinted at, there's about a dozen PLFAs in Region 2 that have not been signed agreements in the past 10, 15 years because of many previous predecessors that had the program. And the landowners are still allowing access into them. There's still signage there, but whether that was the landowner didn't really, I'm not quite sure. I don't know why the contracts never continued on, but they're still allowing access into it. So there's a lot of potential.
Do most of you see a lot of potential in your region generally? I mean, some regions aren't going to have that same type of need, but.
Yeah, we have a lot, yeah.
A lot of interest.
And it's like you mentioned, $2,500 is a tough sell for a lot of places. There's a lot of cleanup for that program that could be made on our side as well as legislatively. That could make it a much more user-friendly program. But we are, every once in a while we'll still get these PLFAs. I just got one signed this week, so it's still in the works, but it could be a lot better.
Chair? So there's a general consensus of a lot of potential. What kind of money are we talking? Like, have you guys spitballed that idea? Like, do we need $250,000? Do we need $100,000? Like, what do you think that max potential could?
Yeah, we haven't really looked into it too much, I don't think. I guess speaking on a program standpoint, these guys can correct me too, but one of our things is not only the funding source, right? So our current Hunter Access Fund pays our salaries, pays our operations. So anything that we do that is fishing related, we would need a different funding mechanism to do that, as well as the agreements are paid for through fishing. The other piece is capacity, right? So whatever this program looks like into the future would be, is it signage? Is it rules? Is it maps? Is it people that actually need to be there as technicians like we do with Block? All of those capacity pieces we currently don't have. And so if we are to use our existing structure and existing staff, that means something else has to give, right? And so at this point, we just kind of drag this thing along because of those reasons. Not to say that there isn't that potential. It's just we are coming from a place of being hunting focused and now starting to incorporate a fishing component as well.
So the base non-resident license increase goes to block management, is that right?
It will, correct.
Okay. And what we at PLPW, if we take this on, all our suggestions would basically be approved at the legislature for the most part. If we increase funding.
So the actual scoring criteria is an administrative rule. It's not in statute.
Okay.
So it is an administrative rule update where we would have to go through and update that rule. Relatively simple process.
But
as far as if the agency didn't identify other funds or staffing components, yes, that would become a request from the legislature.
okay, so I guess my real question is, with the PLFAs here, essentially becoming a fishing block management program.
Could be.
With the reorg, it sounds like it kind of already is, right? It's under your responsibility.
Yeah, it's in our purview.
So if we took this up and we have more discussion on this, why not just roll the funding mechanism into the block management?
I think part of it is the conflict with the federal color of money and the state color of money, meaning if we use, because we are heavily funded with PR as well, if we were to use our hunting license dollars for fishing work, you jeopardize all your federal money as well. So you have to use the same colors.
So, yeah.
But that is not to say, again, that there are other funding sources that the agency might identify that we're not currently using. Okay, I don't, Quentin, if you have any thoughts or comments or.
Yeah, you got it.
So where is it funded from?
Currently,
50,000.
that's coming from fishing license dollars, I believe.
How, like 10 cents?
It's just a portion of general license money or the general fishing license money. Yeah. It's just a set aside dollar amount in the budget. I can get more confirmation from our budget folks if you'd like me to. So that, to the original question, the rule, the administrative rule, the only one for this program says we have to use the 2001 scoring criteria that was established. And so because that is so tight, that's what we use for a funding mechanism. But going through the rule update process, we would look to change that, potentially change compensation values. Good questions. I'm glad you guys are doing it. Yeah, Paul.
If we were gonna take this on as the council, could you guys make some recommendations of increasing that funding or increasing that program?
Yeah, I think we could certainly come up with a recommendation to bring for your consideration. Right now, your current statutory charge says you have to report on, numbers of participants, how many days, I can't remember exactly the funding, but there is just like there is for hunting, there's also this program, and under your guys's purview, I think because it was modeled after block management, and the thought was now we have a fishing block management.
I can see it.
Questions on fishing access? Okay, next we're gonna go into hunting access programs, but before we do, Trenton's gonna talk about.
Do you want to just click?
Yeah,
on me and I
yep.
can talk? So before we dive into our hunting access programs and which ones primarily focus on the hunting aspect, I think it's fair to say that most of us have probably seen this that came out from Onyx, but I think it's good to identify that Montana really is the leading state in the nation for allowing private land access enrolled in public access programs. So while we dive into these, some of our programs, these acres are actually encompassed within various aspects and not just solely block management, correct?
Yep, yep. So if you can't see it, that far left bar is Montana. The next closest state would be Wyoming at about half. So Montana's program is twice as big as any other state in the country.
Can we get that graph?
Absolutely.
Is that in the unlocking public lands report they did like 2 or 3
It's,
years ago?
This one was straight out of the Onyx.
so they did a private land access program study just a couple of years ago, and that's where it was actually taken from. Yep. And I can share that report with the council.
So when we were building this presentation, we started thinking about how to really organize and showcase the different programs that we have for hunting access specifically. And if you think about it, we actually have 2 kind of main branches. We've got a branch that gets the hunter access to the private property, and then we've got another branch of programs that's actually through the private property to public access. And each one has its varying degrees of complexity or traditional use or more of a unique use. So we really want to go through these today and just go over maybe some of them that are concurrent, some of them that have nuances, and just showcase different opportunities that tie back to that landowner's needs. So the first one, of course, is our bread and butter program, block management. And we're going to focus on our private property access programs first.
Okay, so you all are probably real familiar with block management. I know it's been talked about a lot. So I'll go through this part pretty quick, but just 2024, we had over 1,300 cooperators. About 900 block management areas, over 6.8 million acres enrolled. And it opened up 618,000 acres of inaccessible public land. And total contract payments were above 12.3 million. And the largest BMA in the state is in Region 1, Green Diamond BMA at 291,000 acres. And there were, at the time we did this, we didn't have 2024 numbers compiled yet, but in 2023, there were 535,000 hunter days statewide through the program. So as Trenton mentioned, and you all know, this kind of is the bread and butter access, private land access program in the country. So it's flexible. It fits the landowner's needs. Landowners retain all their rights, determine all the rules, the permission type 1 or type 2. And the way I describe it to people or landowners when I'm first talking to them, I say, I'm not here to kind of tell you what to do. You tell us what you want to do and we'll make it work. So that's kind of my approach to it. And that's kind of how the program's built, that flexibility to let them do what they want to do and make it work for them. So as you know, there's 2 types. Type 1s where the hunters administer their own permission at a sign-in box. Generally, for the most part, on a type 1, there's no limit to the number of hunters per day. And then the type 2 BMA's permission is administered by the landowner in most cases, and then sometimes by the department staff ourselves. And the option is you can make reservations in advance, have limit on numbers of hunters per day. Can be first come, first serve. Again, it comes down to what the landowner wants to do to make it work for them. And then for potential new block management, we do have a June 1st application deadline that is coming up here soon. So we've got a few so far this year. So as we talked about, we do not pay for the hunting access. We compensate for those impacts on the property of allowing public hunting, and those impact payments are based on a 4-year running average of hunter days. And we can compensate up to $50,000 annually cap. So each agreement has $1,000 annual enrollment payment, and they can get up to $1,700 per hunter day. If there's no restriction on species or gender or season length restriction on the property, they get that full $17. You can see how that payment is broke out by impact and species, gender, and season length. And then if they are an aggregate BMA, which is one or more landowner forming one block management area, they get an additional $1,000 aggregate incentive payment and an additional 20% aggregate hunter day bonus. And then they get a 5% weed management payment if they choose to elect to receive that weed management payment. So I just wanted to touch on the aggregate BMAs quick, where that's 2 or more landowners join to form one BMA that has one map and one set of rules. So this particular example, there's 4 landowners that join together to form Ridgeway. So how we calculate this aggregate payment structure is the 4-year average, just for example, if the 4-year average of hunter days is 1,000 hunter days, for that 20% hunter day bonus payment, 20% of 1,000 is 200. So in this case, we take that 4-year average of 1,000, divide it by 4 equally among the 4 landowners. So they'd each get $250, 250 hunter days on their agreement, plus those additional 200 from that 20% bonus of hunter days. And then, so their payment breakdown, they'd all get the $1,000 enrollment payment. And then those 450 hunter days at the $17 per hunter day rate. And they'd all get that $1,000 aggregate incentive payment, plus the 5% weed management payment, for a total of, each landowner gets just over, a little over $10,000 in an annual payment. Another option, instead of splitting that instead of splitting those 100 days equally among the landowners, we can use the percentage of acres. If there's 2 of them and one guy owns 60% of the total and the other guy owns 40, that's we use those to calculate the 100 days each of them gets. So there's different options on how we do these aggregates. It gets really confusing sometimes, especially when there's lots of landowners in one aggregate. Right, Katie?
Yeah.
But it's a good incentive for them, for the landowners, and it's a really good benefit for the public, because it takes all these different properties that potentially could have had different set of rules, different permission types, and everything, makes it one area with one set of rules, and it's really, for the public, it's a good deal. And I think that's all no, it's not all I had. So just as you know, just the tangible incentives and perks of block management, they receive that complimentary license benefit. They get an annual Montana Outdoor subscription. We hold the landowner appreciation dinners every year. And then we have a longevity awards program too, where they receive a plaque and medallions and this nice 25-year sign when they hit 25 years. And then kind of the peripheral benefits, they get access and enforcement staff presence, a structured permission system. As been talked about here quite a bit, hunters are pretty good about policing themselves and keeping each other, keeping in check. They get kind of a wildlife management benefit as well if they're having game damage or, issues like that. And then the landowner landowner relations aspect, which is really the real important part of what this whole program does. So that is all I had on block management. Were there any questions? Dale.
Just a quick question for you. This came up with a block management dinner. I had a landowner approach me and tell me that they have a lot of birds on their place, but they have some Huns that hang out, run around their house, and they say, gosh, we just don't want those Huns hunted. But I don't want to lose my payment by telling people they can't hunt Huns within 200 yards of my house. And I said, talk to Travis, because I just can't believe you're going to lose part of your payment because you're going to have a little part of your land that says you can't hunt Huns right around the buildings. The grouse I didn't really care about, but they enjoy seeing the Huns. Could you just address that, how that works?
Well, we could, typically what we do in that case is put a safety zone around. and then just restrict hunting in that particular area.
Again, they weren't concerned about the sharp tails, but they just enjoyed seeing the Huns right by their house. They just said, we just like them not to be shot, but we don't want to lose our part of our payment.
Right, and if they wanted to actually completely restrict hunting of Huns, then we'd have to do a restriction on their payment, that species.
And again, it's just, I think the intent was just
right
right
around
around the buildings. The rest of the
Well-
place, which was thousands of acres, they were fine on.
Then we'd do that safety zone, no hunting around, right around there. It's probably not gonna affect their hunter days much at all. So that'd be the best way to do it.
So I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay, Paul.
I got a question on, say you got a big ranch and you sign up for block management, you want to try to get to the 50,000 or something. So they get some payment up front, right? And then it's based on $17. How does that work? Say, I mean, how many 100 days are they gonna have to take on that place?
Anybody figure that out?
Three.
Well, I got a calculator.
It's about 3,000.
20,
Or just under. Yeah.
2,900 hunter days.
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
So my thoughts are is how can that be good for the resource for one thing? And how can it be good for the opportunity to hunt? You know,
Places you're
I've always had a real problem with paying by 100 day. And I'm just trying to bring that out, is it just seems like there's gotta be a better way to maybe pay these guys. I mean,
Well, that's how, it's gonna kind of be a case by case basis, because every property is gonna be different, so it's kind of hard to answer. You know, based on opportunity, resource, some places are gonna be able to handle a lot more people better than other places.
Yeah, but
Just
2,900 100 days. I mean,
just based on where you are in the state, habitat.
How many of those do we actually have as an example? There's only a couple that are even close to that cap, right?
Yeah, there's about 18 that are at the max payment still with the 50,000.
Gotcha.
But Macy's got.
Just to clarify, it kind of a rough calculation, might not be the most accurate. It takes about 22,000 acres to start getting to that 3,000 100-day cap. So just maybe another metric to look at
well,
it
if I
too.
if I did that much hunting on, I wouldn't have anything left to hunt. I mean, it just boggles me, my mind that, you know, that it's anything good for, especially the resource and then good for opportunity.
Could, is that what most people want, is to maximize the incentive payment, or is most of it's for supervision and some of that kind of stuff? Yeah, if they want to go for maximum amount of reward, they'd outfit it if they had something worth hunting.
Yeah, at least in my experience, mostly it's not about the money. It's about having a structured rural permission system. They just feel that they want to allow the public somewhere to go. And that's what it's about. It's not about the money. Most of the people, I mean, that's a benefit for sure, but it's not a deal breaker. It's because they want to allow it, but they like having that structure to it as well. So that's what the program provides.
So Travis, in the equation, I guess number one, can we get this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. In the equation, on the aggregate, do most of those who participate in the aggregates, are they happy with that? How that works, how that equation works out? You know, you mentioned somebody might have 60% of it.
Yeah.
So they have the most 100-day impact. They get essentially reduced down on an average. Is that correct?
Right.
And they're generally okay with that?
Yeah, so that's kind of the reason for that 20% 100-day bonus that we add on to it to kind of help make up for that reduction. And then the $1,000 aggregate incentive payment on top of that generally makes all that up. But when we first, talk to the landowners about an aggregate, we explain this to them, and this is how it's going to be set up, so they're aware right off the front how it's going to look, and then moving forward. So, I mean, I haven't had anybody not happy with how we do that. These calculations, they've all been good, so.
And the rest of you find that to be,
I've had two landowners upset with it. In one case, it was the landowner who was upset felt like he was getting most of the hunting pressure.
right?
Because let's say he had the trees, the habitat cover on his property, but he didn't have majority property ownership, so he got a lower percentage. And in that case, we put a sign-in box when his property started to try to capture the use. And we actually found that because his property, yes, it had better habitat, but it was further away from the road, that he actually wasn't getting as much use as he thought, because most people will stay near close to the road.
So is he still unhappy?
He still is unhappy, but he understands it. Yeah. So every landowner dinner that I see him, he says, "You're doing a great job. I still don't like how it's calculated, but I understand it." And I walk through the numbers with him, like what it would look like if you wanted to come out of the aggregate. And so he would be getting paid even less coming out of the aggregate, knowing the use on his property as it exists.
Yeah, because as we've talked in the past about pressure and movement of game and such, these aggregates are the game. It's the deal to manage wildlife the best, where you've had that kind of population of game and also spread the pressure as much as you can, you know. So any ways we can incentivize that cooperative aggregate, I think we should always be looking for how we improve on that, to maximize it anywhere we can to spread that out effectively. It's a great program. Great.
Thank you. What type of access are most of these aggregates? Is there a theme, kind of a uniform for type 1 or 2? Or?
I would say majority type 1.
Majority are gonna be type
Yeah.
1. I mean, we do have some that are type 2, but for the most part, they're gonna be usually type 1.
Has there been a history of them being an aggregate for a period of time? Like,
yeah,
we've got some really, 25, 30-year cooperators who came together originally and said, we want to provide access, and they're still doing so in this unit.
That's the origination of the name of the block. It was designed to set up blocks of land.
Never.
Jason, this is kind of tangential, but has there been an uptick at all of hunters giving those response cards after usage of block management at all?
I would say we're staying steady, but I would have to defer to the region.
We had more in Region 7 this year than we've ever had come back in. We had over 5,000 come back in this year, and before it was 33,000, 3,500. So we had a lot more come in this year. I don't know about everybody else, but
We had about 7,900 come back in Region 3, but we weren't taking them before, so I don't really know what to compare to, but it was a lot more than I expected.
So we still feel it's like around that 10% usage mark?
yeah.
Are they positive or negative? Most of them. Somebody asked me if we wanted to look at ours. I said, hell no, I don't want to look at it. I think there's a bunch of guys, oh, it looks like shit. Somebody else said, oh, it's the best thing we ever were at. So, kind of a preponderance one way or the other.
You get all of that, but at least in Region 7, the satisfactory rate is like always 93, 94% every year. It's been right there, so
93.
yeah, it's pretty common, right? Lower mid 90% satisfactory rates. Any other questions?
My last question on block specifically would be the SOP. How closely you're all able to operate under one standard operating procedure, like specifically when Travis mentioned, how do you want to do this? To me, that's kind of the key for you folks, that successful initial relationship and then the continued maintenance of that successful relationship. How's it going? How do you want to do it? Is that across the board?
I
Yeah,
think
I
they're-
would say as far as SOP goes, it's all captured because of the flexibility within the program. Yeah. The way it's been originally designed and set up, that flexibility exists to do that. There's pros and cons to every system and there's pros and cons to every, but the nice thing is that each landowner can customize to their desires and wants or their needs. And that sometimes can create confusion for hunters, but in large part, it's relatively supported by landowners.
Thanks.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, so what if a landowner's needs cannot be met by block management agreement?
Talk about AI.
Okay, so, when sometimes we have these special unique opportunities where block management may be something a landowner's already enrolled in. And it may not just be tailoring their needs specifically or not enough. And we have to find another solution, or some cases block management doesn't even fit their needs at all. And we have to look into other programs to figure out what's going to work best for that landowner. So under, this is kind of, I feel like, our unique opportunity on private land. And this is our regional access projects. Regional access project is going to be a cooperative agreement between private landowners and FWP to address access needs that fall outside of the limitations of block management. This allows for innovative solutions for species or access level challenges. And it also allows for what we like to call a rapid response. So this is something that they're coming with us, and I'll go through an example here in a minute with an immediate need that we got to address. And this is a program we can kind of use on the fly to help those landowners. Sometimes this is something that we plan year round for. The access, or the example I'm going to go through, is something that we plan for every year. We know it's a problem, so that's how we use that project to find that solution. But typically hunter management and staff resources are given in lieu of compensation. However, sometimes compensation is available. The example I'm going to work through is the Matador Ranch, located in just outside of Dillon, Montana. So some history on this is it's a large cattle ranch just outside of Dillon. And historically, the elk were allowed to remain on the alfalfa pivots in the lower Blacktail area. Elk populations grew significantly over the years. By 2015, they had over 2,200 elk observed in those pivots. During 2014 to 2016, hunter harvest methods were implemented through ranch coordinated access during the general rifle, as well as game damage management hunts, which resulted in about 110 to 320 elk harvested annually. In 2016 to 2018, the number of elk were being reduced through hunter harvest as well as hazing efforts. And we kind of came into 2019 to 2021, we were still seeing over 2,500 head of elk on these pivots, and severe game damage issues and things like that. This also brought concerns of brucellosis to their cattle operations. So ultimately what we ended up doing is we moved to our regional access project in 2022. This has developed and changed a little bit over the years, but pretty much has stayed the same in a sense that we have 2 in-person signups in Dillon, where people can get on our on a roster essentially for this coordinated hunt. The roster is then randomized, and we have 2 hunt coordinators that live on site that will schedule hunters from the roster and bring them out there. They address safety concerns around the ranch headquarters. And so they are specifically taking people kind of to the elk and away from the dangers of that sometimes, you know, hunting near headquarters can propose. So they go to the elk. Once the elk are harvested, the coordinators will take them to a specific field dressing station. Again, this is to minimize the brucellosis efforts. In over 3 years of running this project, we've killed over 700 elk. Significantly, the first year in 2022, we had 450 hunters sign up, and 410 total elk were killed in that first year. Last year, we saw about 500 people sign up for this project, and the year prior, we saw about 600. Obviously, weather dependent on when those elk come in can play into the factor of harvest on these. But that kind of breaks down just one example of a regional access project. Ultimately, in this situation, this was something, the Matador is in block management. They have over 40,000 acres in there. Clearly, it was not doing enough, especially around those headquarters where access may be a little limited. So that's where we went into this project. Anyone have any questions? Cindy?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. The Sportsman's Group here in Butte helped pay for the gas for the coordinators to go back and forth between the Matador and like Whitehall. Just
this year the coordinators chose to not live on site. And so they were traveling back and forth from their homes in Butte and Whitehall. So yes, they did pay for that. And very graciously, they have reminded us that as well. So the coordinators are very grateful.
Thank you.
That's it. Chairman,
Greg's question.
how do you establish these coordinators are paid, I take it?
So it's kind of changed every year. So the first year we initiated this project, they were hired through temp services. And that's how we did that. The second year we hired them through our FTE. And then actually, after some challenges faced through that, we ended up this year, we decided to pay the ranch, who then used that money to hire the coordinators privately. In doing that, they kept their liability and things like that with the coordinators being employees.
So is there some flexibility with salary, or is it kind of?
That's between them and the ranch, because they were hired privately.
Good.
Okay. Next, I believe Jason is going to be talking about our elk hunting access agreements.
I can do this quick. It is public comment time, just so folks are aware. I don't think anybody here is gonna make comment unless Mr. Cass wants to. Okay, and there's nobody online, so no, so just making that awareness and putting that out there. Elk hunting access agreements, we've danced around, talked about a few times. Of course, this is that 1 for 3. You're getting the permit or license for 3 public hunters. The landowner can pick up to 1 of those 3, and then the other 2 would be picked by FWP. So it's 1 permit or license for 3 public hunters. Landowner can, they don't have to pick up 1 of the 3. FWP picks the other 2. 2 of them that we pick, of those, 1 has to have the same equivalent opportunity as the landowner. So that was a change brought forth by this committee a couple of years ago, got implemented in the 23 session. 2024 was the first time we actually had that in practice, and we're doing that again this 2025 cycle right now. Typically, the hunter component sign up will run online from June 15th to July 1st to July 15th. That sign up will take and randomize and verify that those who actually do sign up actually hold the license, because that's one of our biggest issues actually, is that everybody thinks they get to sign up and sign up for this opportunity, and we'll get 400 to 500 people signing up for each of these opportunities, and probably only 10% actually hold the license. So it's, you could be number 40 and you're actually number 1 because you're the first person in that list to hold the license. The other piece is that with the change in this law, of course, there must be at least 640 acres. However, the department can consider less if there are site-specific considerations that would allow it. A landowner, and we've seen it, they can request multiple licenses or permits, and they can also designate that to their family members or full-time employees. So sometimes people will request, I want, in Travis's case, I want 10 elk B licenses. Okay, well, that means you gotta allow 30 hunters. That means we're matching 30 hunters for those 10 elk B licenses. Similarly, same with permits. The one caveat to permits is, and limited quota LP licenses is that we're going to recommend to the commission that they not approve more than 10% of the established quota. So the commission is ultimately the one who decides, yes, these can be issued, no, they can't, some modification of that. The June meeting will have this topic on it. You have the 24 report in your packet, and I also sent that out last time. So that's elk hunting access agreements in a big nutshell. Question, CFO.
Did you say you're having trouble getting the hunters showing up, or is that because they don't have license?
I would say we have about a 50% public hunter participation rate for FWP selected public hunters. The landowners are about 60%. So problem or not to be determined, but only about half of those who we actually book are actually taking advantage of the property opportunity.
That surprises me, because they wanted it so bad.
Do you have some reasons maybe to elaborate on that, why only 50% participated? Maybe their dates are later in November and they already filled their tag, or there are other examples like that?
Yeah, I think the far and away one that we've seen is hunters harvesting elsewhere. So they are booked in August or July through this process. They harvest elsewhere. We don't know about that. We don't plug anybody else in and they don't go. And then the other second piece to that, I think, is those that are also simultaneously enrolled in block management, because the hunters are seeing it as a type 1 opportunity. They don't understand that when they sign up, they get booked, and then they realize I can just go to the sign-up box. I'm going to hunt elsewhere. And so there's an overlap there between programs that we're still working on to resolve, I guess you could say.
Another quick follow-up on that. On those, oh, never mind, you already answered that. I'm good. Skip it, sorry.
You get, if they get a bull tag or permit, then they get to choose the hunter that wants out with a bull for a bull.
No.
They change that?
So that was part of the equivalent opportunity change that came through the 23 session. So right now, that landowner who gets the bull tag, there's 3 public hunters required, right? So one of which they can pick. That one that they pick, they can say, I want antlerless only, or they can say, I want either sex. That's irrelevant.
Oh.
The equivalent that we're talking about is the one that the department picks. So at least one of the department picks, those last 2 hunters, one of those has to have that same equivalent opportunity as with the landowner or their designees. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So they're gonna, they could get 2 bull tags in?
Yeah, they could have 4 bull hunters really themselves and then 3 public hunters. It's up to the landowner.
I mean, that's the department.
Oh, no, we just would do the one to one. So whatever the landowner gets. If the landowner is saying, I want 4 bull tags or 4 either sex permits, we then would say, okay, you need at least 4 equivalent FWP selected hunters to have that opportunity as well. The other 2 hunters, so the one that the landowner picks and the other pick we have, also can be dictated by the landowner. And typically that's antlerless only. They're saying, you know, we'll allow the one equivalent, but we don't want any other bulls harvesting.
Stephanie.
Is there any way to filter out all of those folks who don't have the tag? Because I mean, if you get on there and I sign up for this opportunity and I see I'm number 237, but realistically I'm number 4, I'm gonna be disappointed and start hunting elsewhere. But if I knew I was 4, I might be more inclined to.
So we will contact 2 things. One, we will contact you in the whole process, right? So it's not like the damage roster where you're just selected.
Okay.
It's we'll take 1 through 3 or whoever we need to book those properties. The other piece of it is, yes, we're working on and have some things in the process to try and either verify on the sign up front end or at least remove your number from the actual MyFWP, because we do have that exact same problem where I'm number 1. How come I didn't get called? And actually you don't have a license, so you can't go. Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of additional hunters that weren't in the 3? I mean, additional more than what they agreed to? Is that happening quite a bit?
Some places, very few, that are not already enrolled in block management. So that's where you see that large numbers of additional days is coming from landowners who are simultaneously enrolled in block management. It's not. There are, because I don't want to say there's not, there are a couple landowners who are allowing additional public access over what's required, but typically no.
Any other questions?
5 minutes. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got more.
Okay, well, we can chat about that.
Yeah, do we want to keep going or do you want to move
Well,
on and come
I'm
back to it?
thinking maybe we want to just cover private land access today. And then we'll, in our PALA part of tomorrow's discussion, talk about the remaining public access through private land, because we only have 2 new PALAs this year. The rest are all renewals. Right. And so you guys have already seen all the renewals. And so I don't think it's going to take very long on that component. I would say that that component is also different than the work plan discussion, potentially about any changes you may want to address, but that's my thought. Are you guys good with that? Because that way we can all be out on time. So another thing we've done is look at long-term hunting access, and this one is more, or has been, typically assignments from somebody else's conservation easement. So most recently in Region 2, we've had a couple projects where the landowner obtains a conservation easement with a third party, typically some kind of land trust. That land trust then assigns FWP the management of that access of that easement. So it's not an FWP easement, but we're resulting in managing the access for that easement. A couple times it's been done through the Natural Resource Damage Program, where the easement has actually been funded through NRDP, which requires a public access component. So FWP has this opportunity where we can come in, because we manage access, to do that perpetually. We've also talked about, and we haven't quite got there yet, is some kind of a lease concept. An access lease, a 30-year access lease. I know Mr. Cornwell had talked about that at one point too, but really we do have tools on a perpetual scale to look at long-term access projects, and typically it's just that access management component. We're not currently buying access easements outside of a couple of programs we use to do that, but on a private land basis, we're not typically buying access permanent easements. Good. All right, that is where we'll stop, I think, and then we'll start up with Evan on access to public lands tomorrow morning. Does that work? Okay. So, good job supporting.
So when we start that, will we be looking at the Moncton Public Lands audit?
We can certainly tie that in. That's one of the programs. Yep.
Okay. So wrap up today. We need to flesh these out on our side. And I think where's the best place to do that? And also on the discussion of expectations. I think we haven't really thrown ours out as I've asked us to. Where's the best spot?
Ideally, part of the work planning discussion in the morning. Yep. Yep. That's how we can walk the whole morning to talk about that piece of it.
Okay, so in that light, so we looked at this for the last week, you know, us to bring our expectations so we can be on the same page here. So let's make sure we're ready for those tomorrow in that discussion. What else do we have? Wrap up today, final comments. I would just wrap up then with from the earlier discussion that we definitely plan on moving forward as a group, and starting anew on to each of these objectives that we agree upon tomorrow and planning that out, plotting it out for the next year. Pretty straightforward. I think we've had an opportunity to express where we're at, what we've thought, and we'll go have a good dinner, maybe a drink, and
Yep, so all of your hotel rooms are at the Stay Bridge Inn and Suites, if you haven't seen that. And then at 6:30 at the Montana Club, we have a separate kind of room available to us. Make sure you mention you're on a separate check, because I can't cover all your bill with my paycheck, but yeah, we're all gonna be on separate checks. You'll get your reimbursement for per diem as usual. In your packet, there should be a form that looks like this, either sometime in the morning or before you leave. Make sure you get that to me, because that'll be your reimbursement for your mileage, and then also your state rate per diem on your meals.
everybody good?
Yeah.
All right.
How far is the restaurant from the hotel? Do we have enough time?
It's like 3 miles. It's
Oh,
close.
Isn't the
It's on the
Steelers the
website.
new one down by like the peak and all that? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. it's
Yep.
down by the peak.
It's right down,
Athletic club
right
and
down the
all that?
road.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where's it at? It's not the one out there by the refinery?
The mo,
You
the
Turn at the Mo comes right at where you're going Highway 87.
It's close.
And then the state